Is that really what you want to go with? Is that really where you want to start things this week? I mean, there are so many things that have been going on, so many things that we
Oh,
could actually talk about, and that's where you want to go with it? That's where we're going to start this shit?
I can probably find worse.
Knowing you
oh.
probably could. And that does... Okay, that should worry me. That should surprise me. That should even probably scare me a little bit. But for some reason, it doesn't. Oh.
But you say it like it's a bad thing.
All right, so...
It is.
Okay, so we've had, like, at least a handful of different things all just get mentioned in the last few minutes while all that wonderful stuff was playing. Where the fuck are we gonna begin? Oh, wait. Let's begin with this. All right. For those who watched last week and actually were there with us for the conversation just concerning the quality of the episodes of Star Trek Voyager, as we were trying to trim the fat of what episodes were necessary to watch, which ones will still fit in to make it a coherent viewing experience otherwise, as we try to, trim it down from about an 8-9 month thing to maybe 2 or 3. Yeah, Leon, we cut out what? A quarter of the episodes?
That's
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, and we still have to figure which ones of the maybes are going to get cut as well.
So we're talking a maximum of maybe 45% removed when it's all said and done.
That's kind of the goal. Because we typically watch 4 to 5 episodes a week. We've even floated the idea of doing a couple episodes on Wednesday with a movie that is voted on by the Discord public. And then the normal 4 to 5 episodes on Thursday, just to speed up the process and get through it, because, yeah. But here's the worst part about that stream. We had our typical vernacular. Yes, there was some swearing here and there, but nowhere near on par with what happens on VTW that followed. VTW was green monetization and didn't even require a review.
Whereas
For
Kanar
once.
with Damar that week got
Reviewed, well, got hit, selected the review, and stayed in yellow monetization saying it's not advertiser friendly. Why? Because we're pointing out how CBS Paramount could actually do something better, and they outright refuse to?
was it a manual review?
Yeah, I told them to review it. And it
Then
stayed.
you got then that means you rolled the dice and got a butthurt employee that thinks that you're not allowed to question Silicon Valley or Hollywood at all for any reason.
Do you really need to watch the episode Threshold? Do you really need to see Tom Paris turn into a fucking salamander, kidnap Janeway just to turn her into a salamander, and then, well,
No.
let nature
The
take
answer's
its
no.
course?
The answer's no.
Yeah.
Apparently we do.
I'm gonna go with Nikki on principle alone.
Yeah,
Because that's all I have
that
is basic human decency.
Yeah, as if.
but yeah,
There's no decency here.
it would be absolutely wonderful if I could actually submit a question and actually get a clear answer of what caused this episode in particular to be flagged, and what was it that you found so offensive? Because, hey, guess what? If you fuckers at YouTube actually told us what the issues were, we might actually be able to more easily and readily address it to play the game better. But oh, that's right. My numbers are too low for you to give a fuck. Well, guess what? I don't really give a fuck either. I'm still gonna keep doing and saying what I am because you fuckers aren't telling me otherwise. Why?
Which it's kind of your job, YouTube, to say what is wrong and why it's wrong. Because right now you're not doing your job.
Well, they are.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are, because the way that Jared's channel is right now, it's not enough money for them to actually give a flying fuck about. If you have someone with, say, 500,000 subscribers, though, or 1 million, all of a sudden that's an enormous economic incentive to make sure that their shit's actually correct, and they keep posting.
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Because they only give a fuck when their bottom line is in danger.
Yeah, but that's all
Exactly.
YouTube's about. YouTube isn't about the creators. YouTube
Nope.
is a company. The product is the videos that other people create.
And the only thing that matters is the bottom line now.
Yeah, it's always
It's been like that for a
though.
while.
Well, it hasn't always been like that, but it definitely has been like that for a long time now, since even before the first Adpocalypse issue, which is where a lot of creators are looking for that competitor platform to go to. Not just an alternative platform, because there are alternative platforms out there, but they don't get the traffic, they don't get the views that actually generate the revenue that would give them the impetus to completely leave YouTube. They're looking for an actual competitor to YouTube as a platform to warrant leaving it completely.
And their parent company, Google, has basically thwarted any and all attempts of alternative platforms to become that competitor so far.
It's all because of the deals with the advertisers. The other startups, the other platforms that have been started, including Rumble and BitChute, they don't have the agreements, they don't have the contracts with the advertisers, which is where the revenue, the ad revenue, comes from.
Right now, hold on. Right now, your closest competitor to YouTube is Twitch.
Yeah, but is that a real competitor, though?
Yeah,
it's the closest thing to a competitor, but it is a different. It's a different setup. It's actually a primarily is a different. It's a different customer base, and it's a different product, because you're mainly going to get. Yes, it is suitable for streaming. They are a streaming platform from day one, but they were slanted towards the gameplay streaming. And so their services are actually wonderfully aligned and optimized for that. But not everyone wants to deal with gameplay stuff. And
well, that's the thing is now they're switching a lot of that. Yes, it is still a gaming streaming platform, but you got the stuff like Let's Talk and that one Twitch streamer that got in hot fucking water, Bad Bunny. All she did was sit there and shoot the shit like we do, but she is a bitch, and yeah.
Oh, well, for a second I thought you were going to talk about Amaroth and her actually getting into literal hot water, but hey, tomato.
Oh shit! Damn, you had
We're
to
also
go
we're
there,
also
didn't
we're
you,
also
Jared?
not going to talk about the
Selling
deer
it
girl.
bathwater.
We're also not going to talk about the deer girl either. So
Oh,
Oh,
God,
all
that
right, guys.
bitch.
Oh,
All right, all right.
I,
Well, y'all need to give me a fucking laugh this week. My week has been filled with fucking bad news, and I need something to fucking laugh about tonight.
And now you're here.
just a quick question. Quick question here: did Deer Girl get removed at all?
all right.
The shit that she said.
The last thing I know is since she was part of she became one of the
Trust and
Twitch
safety bullshit council.
Yeah, bullshit. She got removed from that. Outside of the rest of that, I have
Oh.
not a fucking clue.
You know, it deserved that. I mean, when you look at Deer Person, they deserved that treatment, because before it was even announced publicly, they were dropping hints, and not in a kind, generous, opening way. They were getting malicious from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
And she was not being subtle about it at all.
No.
And as an aside, no, I'm not going to use they because it's either he or she. In respect to disrespectful individuals, I'm not going to give them that fucking privilege.
Oh, okay. So there are...
Yeah, you better watch that.
I know this is going to piss some people off, but I do segment out the people who identify as trans in one way or another, because there are people who are doing it for the attention, and there are people who actually have the legitimate foundation and are actually going through the treatments and everything that you should if it is the actual affliction that you are dealing with. Like Nikki here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
And that's where I put Dear Person more towards the first part, because, sorry, what person in anywhere close to their right mind goes out into their backyard on all fours and munches on the grass?
Who in their right mind, in any sense,
Not
of
in a
that
furry
term,
costume. Yeah, right. But a caveat on that: not in a furry costume.
Oh, here's my thing on that. Who in any modicum of the sense of their right mind would even associate themselves with an individual such as Dear Girl? Who would willingly associate themselves with that?
You'd
Because
be surprised.
Yes.
I already know about Dear Girl's SO. That other individual is equally insane.
Crazy loves company. And there are people out there, Tacy, who have admitted to...
Crazy thrive.
There you go, your wish. There's your laugh.
There are people out there who...
That was not jocularity enough for me to have a wish, to have that. No. My whole week is in the fuck. I've been ordered back to work by the 17th. My mother-in-law has stage 4 cancer, 2 to 3 months with treatment or without treatment, 6 months to a year with treatment. My sister-in-law comes in on the 16th. My brother-in-law comes in on the 22nd. And any other way you guys can fuck me over, go ahead with it, because it can't get much worse than this.
Have you tried a mirror?
Yes, I have, and it's better looking than my week has been. Thank you. Go fuck yourself, Leon.
You're very welcome.
No.
Again, go fuck yourself. There's the top. Go ride it. Sit on it and rotate.
I could take about an hour on the Tower of Power.
Meet my ass in Rust. So let's see. Let's one-on-one it. Let's go.
Where's Furball so we can yeet him?
He's in a particular town on the eastern seaboard dealing with work bullshit. Which actually reminds me, I was so goddamn fucking busy today, I didn't even look to see what the final score was.
17-13.
I figured it'd be low scoring.
In favor of the Navy.
Yeah, but you know what? Fuck you, Army. Navy won. Go to hell.
It's just because someone threw a box of crayons out under their feet.
And to you bitches that didn't watch the game, go fuck yourselves.
Fuck you.
Watch a bunch of middies.
I would, but I found it to be too painful to go fuck myself. So yeah.
Watch a bunch of mid.
how-
Hang on. Let's take a look at the logic here. Let's take a look at the options. Watch a bunch of midshipmen and cadets make a monkey fucking a football look intelligent,
I got one.
or spend some time
let's
getting
face it.
fucked myself.
But let's face it. But let's face it. This was, and Jerry, let's be honest about this. This was the best college bowl game played in the holiday season because this was the bowl game for both teams. This was the bowl game for both teams. Both teams have losing records in their conferences. So yeah, let's face reality here.
I mean, let's be all right. Let's be a bit realistic here, though. Too, the armed service academies, athletics teams used to be top tier programs nationally
When
back in
when,
the
when,
60s.
Okay, all right. That was 50 years ago.
Try 60
Damn it.
years ago.
Well, I'm going
That's
I'm
not
going
helping your
lenient
case.
because I'm damn near 50, so shut the fuck up.
No, that actually is my point. Is the fact that these teams used to be competitive against the rest of the collegiate teams over a half century ago.
Yes. Agreed.
But to really, that's why it really should be surprising and lauded when any of them end up being ranked in the top 25, which has happened, twice in the last 10 years?
Yeah. Okay.
That's
Let me
not
make this statement quite clear. Okay. When you're looking at military service mandatory after you graduate from the military academy,
It's not, though.
okay, if you're willing to pay for it.
Well, that's the caveat, is if you want to retain the degree in the education and not be on the hook financially, you're on the hook through a service obligation.
Yeah. And look at the kids that the senators and whoever else get to appoint kids to the academies. Okay. Each senator gets what, 2 appointments?
2 a year, I think.
The rest are through military obligation. Name an athletic star in high school that wants to sign away 6 years of his life after his high school career, and after his college career, that's willing to put his professional career on hold.
No, the last one to do it was fucking Robinson. Basketball.
Jay Novacek came to my mind, but yeah, Robinson may have been
Was
been
after.
more recent. Yeah. Okay. And prior to that, do you know who it
Staubach.
was? Bingo.
And those 3 are the most noted to come from any of the service academies. And oh wait, all Navy.
Now, granted, okay, Staubach knew he wanted to go Navy, period. He knew it. Okay. He didn't realize he was going to be the quarterback that he ultimately was. Okay. He didn't know Dallas was going to spend their number 1 pick that year to draft him. Okay. Now,
Yeah, you didn't have that 24/7 sports media coverage to the extent that you have had the last 25 years.
I'd say 30 years due to ESPN, but that's because, I mean, I've been around longer than 30 years.
Well, yeah, but if you look at 95 as the earmark that I was going with, mid-90s, it went to a whole nother level. there, if you really look at it now, there is no true off season for the NFL.
Yeah.
There's always something to talk about. There's always something going on.
Well,
Whereas,
yeah, I mean,
whereas
Michael Irvin's always going to sell drugs somewhere and gonna have to get permission from his freaking parole officer to run a whiteout. I mean, let's face it.
yeah, it's.
And if you don't catch the reference, look up Michael Irvin, David Letterman. You'll get it at that point, because Michael Irvin was a wide receiver with Dallas who ended up on probation while he was still actively playing, and literally had to check in with his probation officer to run a whiteout, even in Irving.
Yeah. Oh God, what's this? Wow. Oh, the last one that you posted in the chat.
That's fine. Right click the hamster.
I wow. But yeah,
I mean,
Oh.
let's look at
But-
let's look at the Cowboys. Let's look at the Dallas Cowboys from 90 to 98,
Why?
because their last competitive team was in 98.
no, they had competitive teams in the 2000s with Romo
Well, I
as the
mean, but-
quarterback.
Well,
They just
for
didn't
the-
do
for the
shit.
90s. Well, for the 90s. I'm not talking about the
Yeah.
Romo era. I'm talking about from 90 to 98. Okay.
Yeah,
During
their
the Super Bowl,
their golden age.
their golden era under Jimmy Johnson. Okay, their golden era under previous owners, Bum Bright, and that crew was in the 70s, even into the early 80s, up until the loss to San Francisco. That was in 81, I think, was the catch with Park. Was God damn it, I can see his face. Can't play
Montana
name.
and thought
Montana.
the Montana Clark.
Montana
That
Clark, yeah.
was
That was the end of the white era Cowboys as far as a competitive team goes. They were semi-competitive. They made the playoffs a couple of more times, but they were not. They
Isn't
were
that
they were
80
not
something?
Super Bowl. They were not a Super Bowl team under White at all.
No.
And with White, I really liked White, but White was a punter, promoted to quarterback.
oh, he was an early predecessor to Tupa.
Well, you can go back and look at the last Super Bowl the Cowboys won in the 70s. Guess who the punter was?
Mm.
Danny White. I liked Murkison better as a backup quarterback to Staubach than I did White. But I'm kind of biased there because Murkison and I share the same alma mater. Although when he went, it was ACC. When I went, it was ACU.
Mm.
But it was the same university, same town. But the shame of my life is that Murkison beat the crap out of Staubach.
God damn it.
Pull the fucking battery.
Can't. Not allowed to. It's military.
Oh yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, and I'm in
Mute
Georgia.
yourself.
And these things are sensitive as fuck.
Oh,
Now I
You
gotta
shouldn't
put
be-
on some clothes and go outside. I'll be back
Shouldn't
in
be
like
smoking. Shouldn't be smoking weed in the birthings.
yeah, he's
Well,
in-
Stay.
literally just yesterday, the heater in my workplace decided to have its belt be like one day away from actually catching fire.
oh, lovely.
Yeah, so we got released from work early yesterday.
Just take your cell phone with you. You can stay connected with us while you're outside.
Yeah, you could
Yeah.
be our reporter on scene of who is
Donut
he?
here with
Who is he?
Donut News Network.
No. He's an angry cop. He's
Wow.
AC.
Yeah, let me actually just switch over. Give me a minute.
Well, speaking of AC,
Oh no.
that fucking Home Depot video he did, not wrong.
I have to go watch it because I haven't been attention to Angry Cops for a minute.
Let's just say that there's a dirty little secret about Home Depot that they have actually, on a corporate level, have actually enjoyed the riots because where do you think most of those rioters are picking up the supplies that they need? And
That is true.
For both sides, people boarding up their windows.
and then you have the people repairing and preparing for the rioters. Where are they going for their supplies too? So Home Depot is just bringing everyone in.
Buying all that scrap wood too and all everything.
One of the
Oh,
bright
pretty
sides is they know how to make bank on it.
And those pallets of random bricks and paving stones that were showing up in certain places, most of them came from Home Depot. Oh, you want us to deliver a pallet of random paving stones to this intersection? Oh, and you're paying in cash, so we don't need a name? Great.
Yeah, delivering to IP freely.
Well, here's a question,
Co-signed
though.
by Willie Make It.
With all the near
Edited
rioters
by
and
Betty
looting
Dunn.
No, with all the rioting and near fucking looting protests and all that shit, what if you had people with pool noodle swords just going out there, and if you have someone who starts causing a fucking ruckus, they have a go at the person. They start smacking them with a fucking pool noodle. It might not seem scary at first, but if you have like 10, 15 people all armed with pool noodles, yeah.
But can they be shaved to look a particular fashion? And how veiny are we allowed to make them look?
Oh yeah.
If you want to do it like that, I think
Okay, I'm
it would
back.
be easier to just get a stick and then
Ah,
glued onto that.
and you're no longer with the klaxon blaring.
Yeah, it's because I'm outside.
I hope you freeze your nuts off.
Nope.
Oh, it's actually warm down here in Georgia.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's in fucking Georgia. Their low temperature is what my high temperature today was.
There we go. That's what we need.
Go fuck yourself, Jared. I was under a tornado warning last night for 20 fucking minutes.
Yep, there's the fire engine coming around.
Okay, I don't know who you are out in the chat right now, but fucking good on ya.
What?
What the fuck? Fire
We-
alarm.
We have a fire alarm in the chat going off for you.
Nice.
Oh my god! No! Someone is.
Nice.
Oh my god! Oh, that's hilarious.
Nice.
Oh, thank you, fire alarm. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Oh man.
Oh, the
that's
battery
good.
died out.
Oh, I guess I'm dead too.
Nice.
Okay, I can close this now. But yeah, so all right. You know what? Do I want to see what this image is that you were initially going to share there, Leon?
Which
You
one?
might want to
The
rethink
one
that
at the
since
beginning
YouTube
of
nailed
it.
your last video.
Well, it didn't really
Oh, you
nail it.
can.
They fucking
I don't know
they
if it
asked
shows share it, but
That is a brave soul.
I mean, what could be worse?
Oh my
It's
god.
not like he's trying to hold on to the
Hang
landing
on.
gears of a C-17.
Hang on. All right. Present. Window. Boom.
Uh-oh. Jeez.
Would this happen to be in a place that has creative construction of helicopters?
I'd say more it's Florida.
Nope, Bell Helicopter Fort Worth.
No,
Because the creative place, despite people being slightly maladjusted to certain kinds of technologies at times, they're not really that suicidal.
That's just a desperate human being hoping to God he can hang on long enough to make it to wherever the plane lands at to get the fuck out of whatever desperate country he's in.
Yeah, it's just.
Or he's high on drugs.
Which
I
would
doubt
work for
he's
Florida.
He's probably desperate to get the fuck out.
As if he's high on drugs in Florida.
No,
I mean, why the fuck else would you want to stay in Florida?
If you're in Florida, you don't necessarily have to be high on drugs to become Florida man. You just have to be a male in Florida to become Florida man. That's it.
No. Florida man is a special breed. Not just. In order to be a Florida man, you must do something that warrants notation in the news, but is of such depravity that they don't want to post your name.
Well,
Isn't there a website
is there a difference?
with
Okay,
Florida
well,
man?
let me ask the question. Then, in this case, is there a difference between depravity and desperation?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Then, in which case, this is not Florida man. This is not even high on drugs.
No, it might be high on drugs, because that does lead you to do some pretty stupid shit.
I divert back to my initial statement of you're so desperate to get out of the fuck wherever you are to climb onto the wing and engine of a plane that you would resort to stupid shit such as climbing onto the wing and engine of a plane before takeoff.
But at the same time, there are some reasons that people could actually come up with that make them act in such desperate ways. Such as trying to get out of Afghanistan when you know what the fuck is coming.
And that would be desperation, not high on fucking drugs.
In this case, though, this guy could quite literally be climbing onto the plane because in his mind, he's going to try and ride a fucking plane like a skateboard.
Sure, it works as long as you
Which
got the.
would make him Florida man.
As long as you got the grippies on your shoes.
Oh, not even that. And let's just keep in mind that Florida man is their own special breed, because who else tries to stick up a 7-Eleven with an alligator?
Holy shit. No, I just saw something on Facebook. Jared, stand by. I'm going to try to link this. Let me see. Share.
But why would we want to see anything from that cesspool?
Because
Oh.
Cesspool?
it is of the Kentucky tornado, which we probably
I heard about that.
We probably need to discuss some of that tonight because I was on part of it last night.
So what did someone try to molest the tornado?
They were trying to nuke it.
I'm fucking funny, Jared. Considering I was on Gerald, Texas, 97. Go look the shit up.
Well, you're still alive, aren't you?
Yeah, but I chased it out of Cleveland, Texas, some 300 miles away. I connected with the parent storm in Johnson County, Texas. Cleveland County. God damn it, recruit.
Are you doing all right there, Cal?
Yeah, we're good.
Cal,
Sure
you're
as
not
fuck
good.
doesn't
You're all
sound
fat.
like it. You sound like you're trying to weld shit back together.
No, that's just how the internals of the building sound.
God,
sound
that's
like-
yeah, that's all. There's all sorts of fucking background in your fucking call, dude.
I kind of like number 12 from that website there, Leon.
Yeah.
And Leon, our guess, appears to be correct.
Which one? What?
There you go, Jared. It's in the in messages.
All right, was.
That's a fucking mammoth tornado. I haven't caught a rating. I haven't caught a rating on it yet, but yeah.
Gotcha.
All right, let me go ahead and it just would have been nice to have a more consistent view of it, but well, it being what it's being.
Lightning flashes do it justice, though. I mean, shit. It was at night, and understand that, there's a difference. Gerald was during the day. Gerald was a completely different beast. It occurred during daylight hours. We could see it, we could follow it, and we could track it accurately. What made the subsequent tornadoes after Gerald, Greensburg, Kansas, or Greensboro, Kansas, whatever it is, Joplin, Missouri, what's that town south of Oklahoma City, Moore in 2013. What made those so devastating was that they occurred either at night or during the daylight hours when the kids were in school.
Yeah, so you had mass congregations at certain places.
And you had those indirect path of the tornado, which in buildings that were not prepared for an EF5 tornado. That was the complete difference. But when you look at the Doppler data between Gerald and you look at the Doppler data between Greensboro, Kansas, and Moore, and even Greensboro, Kansas, Moore, Joplin, those three tornadoes had wind speeds higher than Gerald. But when you looked at the actual Doppler data, the Doppler data for Greensboro, Greensburg, Kansas, for Moore, Oklahoma, and for Joplin were actually higher than what they were for Gerald. Gerald had a situation where it breaks the winds and increased their wind speeds on the ground
Oop, hang on.
and made Joplin 297 higher than the Xenia, Ohio F5 tornado in 73. I know this because I was one of the guys that was interviewed by Fujita himself.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
So is this you trying to say that you want Twister to be on the movie list next week?
Do what?
Would you like the movie Twister to be on the nomination list for this next week?
Can I say yes, please, with a pretty please on top of it?
We can, but we won't accept it. Well,
Well, if you won't accept it, then why the fuck ask the question?
We could just say yes or no.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna say yes because it's number one. It's Bill. Number one is Bill. Number two, it's Bill. Number three, his fucking character walked up to a tornado, half fucking drunk, in the fucking buff, and said, "Here, have a fucking drink." Yes, I want that movie to be on the list.
You mean it's not because of the combination of Helen Hunt and Jamie Gertz?
Jamie Gertz is a cunt. Helen Hunt, well, okay. During her heyday was a bad, but
you don't.
Her heyday is past.
It's circa 1996.
Yeah, her heyday was a few years before that.
And yet you still have Jamie Gertz in it. And you don't have to listen to her.
And Jamie Gertz has always been a liberal cunt, okay?
You don't have to listen to her.
You know, I have a hard time listening to her in reality, much less in that movie. That's the only point that I blank out on. I don't even hear her conversation. Her voice is nails on a chalkboard to me.
Oh, wow. If I could remember the exact line, I would say it.
I gotta go. We got cows.
Fuck you, Jared. God damn it. Somehow, the miraculous summation is that's the same cow. Comes to mind.
Oh yeah, I forgot she was in Solar Babies.
Thankfully, I didn't see that movie.
Oh, we can change that.
No, we cannot. We will know. There is not enough eyeballs in the world to save me from that movie and Jamie Gertz.
Solar Babies.
Her fucking start fucking naked, not saying a goddamn line while she start fucking naked. Fuck that shit.
So, you want to see it?
I mean, it sounds like we got a theme going for the nominations this coming week now.
Yeah, it's Jamie Gertz fucking movies. Thank you. Fuck you, Jared.
Jamie Gertz.
Hey, we could even put Lost Boys on the list.
You know, that was the only movie she was actually hot in. But Twister ruined her for me. Because her voice was just, oh my God.
What else? Oh, this could be a fun one. She was in a movie with the Karate Kid that was not the Karate Kid.
Oh fuck! That was the one where
Crossroads.
Yeah, Crossroads. I was gonna say that was the one with Ralph Macchio playing the guitar. Yeah, I remember that one. That one was not half bad, actually.
Yeah, some of the movies from the mid and late 80s are just
Fucking weird.
yeah.
You think?
But there's one in the late '80s. I forgot the name of it, where she's just absolutely getting railed. I wouldn't mind seeing that one again.
Only one?
Well, there was only one that had decent scenes of her getting railed. That I can't claim the name of. I can't remember the name of, but I mean where it was full frontal. I mean the full Monty for her. So yeah, I mean I wouldn't mind seeing that one again if you can find it.
I think there's a website dedicated to documenting scenes like that.
Oh, Skinflix
No,
or Mr. Skins.
yeah, yeah, Mr. Skins. I think Jared's got a subscription to that site.
Jared.
Why, when there's a thing called Pornhub?
Because we all know you're not a cheap bastard, and that's where your YouTube money goes.
You think I pay for that shit?
I think you do.
I think there's enough to actually make it worth it.
If I was paying for anything remotely related to it, I would go the Wallowitz route and pay for something to do it for me.
I mean, let's face it. I mean, let's admit it here, Jared. Okay, your favorite scene is Selma Hayek getting railed by freaking Mace Windu. In the movie where she says "F me harder in."
No clue which movie that is.
I forgot the name of it, but it's legit a scene where she's getting railed by freaking the actor. Who's the actor that did Mace Windu?
Samuel L. Jackson.
Samuel L. Jackson.
She's getting railed by Samuel
I'm
L.
not
Jackson.
yelling. It's the way I talk.
And she says in the line, "F me harder, you in." And with the hard
The UN
R at
fucks
the end of
everyone
that.
pretty hard.
Yeah, I don't know what movie you're referring to.
I mean, there's Bad
It's,
Santa.
hang on a second. I gotta find it.
Yeah, I'm just...
This.
See, why go for the softcore Hollywood route when you can find some actual really good actual prawn to watch for free?
Right?
But not just that either. That you don't have to hear about all the fucking intrigues behind it afterwards.
Yeah, well, then again, it does seem like you wished is the type that if he were to watch one, he would be really concerned and really want to know whether or not the sink got fixed afterwards or not.
He's in it for the actual story.
We're waiting.
No,
Well,
wait. I'm
Sean-
trying to look. It's Selma Blair.
Sean
bit of a
Carroll.
difference
Well, Sean Carroll guessed Black Snake Moan, but no, that was Samuel L. Jackson, and he specifically turned down Christina Ricci in that movie. That movie I remember. That was a weird one.
So I guess it was the first time.
Their skin. That's it. The movie is called Their Skin, and it's Selma Blair from the freaking whatchamacallit. Forgot the name of the movie. It was one of her first movies back in 1999. It was
Blair Witch
released.
Project.
No, before that.
I'm not too sure she was fucking in that.
She wasn't.
I don't think she was. Let's see. Cruel Intentions. That was the name of the movie.
No, she
It
wasn't
was
in Adventures
after
of
it was
Pete and
after
Pete.
Cruel Intentions, but before she got hit with her MS or whatever it is that afflicts her today. That is a fucking shame that she got hit with
Yeah.
because it curtailed her career prematurely.
I'd say it's pretty kind of fucking sad because, you know, she suffers from it, but cool.
What are you trying to do with that bone there, Burns? Okay, I'm curious what the actual goal of this game is.
Destroy the other vehicle.
Yeah.
Do you really need a goal?
If you're gonna play a game, it would be nice to know how to win.
Are you winning, son?
I mean, you could always just go for, let's see here, space engineers.
You could, but no. It's a good game, but Jesus fucking Christ.
That's the thing. A lot of those games, you need to have the time to get to a certain level of material or progression. And that's the thing. I just don't have the time. Hey, I got that reference. You know, we could... that would be an interesting night to see just how many random movie lines we could fit into a conversation.
I think we kind of need some ground rules in that case. Would it be from certain franchises? Would it be something from a certain period? Would it be something where it's a main part of the movie? Or would it be something where it's everything from the movie?
Would a bridge series be allowed?
You have to be able to recognize it as a quote from a particular movie, TV show, or other audio-visual media entry.
Okay, so YouTube a bridge series would work then, right?
Hey,
No.
police girl. I mean,
isn't that technically more accurate than the proper one, though? Just in a shorter format.
It's the truncated format, so it is definitely paraphrased with the occasional line that is actually from the show.
It sounds so much better when it's in original Arabic.
I'm just saying because I can pull from DBZA and Sword Art Abridged. So,
well, we could actually start doing groupings by franchises or show genres to even out the pickings.
Yeah, that would work.
I'm just trying to understand what Burns is thinking now.
I'm trying to understand
Thinking.
why his screen is flipped.
Oh, it's not.
Is it?
It's
The
Google.
text is.
The entire screen is flipped.
Oh yeah, it's flipped horizontally again.
Oh, is
Yeah.
it? Okay. It's interesting
Yeah,
because it's showing fine on my end.
It's been backwards, at least on my end, the entire time.
Give me one
Yeah, it's the
second
same.
here.
It's the same with mine, and that's how Google is.
No,
Yeah,
see,
one
we can read yours.
We have
Nikki.
to labor to read Burns's.
So
Well,
so the text is the right direction. It's not backwards.
No.
Oh, it's backwards.
Everything.
Yeah,
It is backwards.
It's backwards on our view of you, Burns.
Oop.
Nikki's screen is correct for
Give me
from
one
our point of view.
Now you need to rotate it 180 degrees.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay, now you can see it. Got it. Okay,
Yeah.
that's better. Okay, so I've got 2 enemies this time.
That
Four
was
and
a half-a-ton car. Shove a
Ah,
ton and a half car
that's
in the wall.
why.
Really, AI?
Hey, it's that rubber band effect. I mean,
No, that was just AI missing his braking line.
yeah, it's part of the rubber band effect. Keep in mind, every now and then the rubber does break.
Oh no.
Not you were going to dignify that one.
Mm,
It's not if it breaks, it's when it breaks. And if it's worth telling until it's too late.
Oops.
Sometimes it just magically disappears too.
Just like socks. Hopefully just not in the same place.
Well, those are the ones that go to Narnia, don't you remember?
Well, as long as we keep the underwear gnomes out of it until they figure out step 2, then we're okay.
Profit.
Okay, so what do we got here?
A mess.
Yeah, I see that. I'm gonna see what kind of guns he's got.
That, depending on context, could be either good or really fucking bad. Let me see your guns.
Okay. Looks like I'm gonna need another wheel. Because I have to go over these hills.
Far away.
Oh my gosh, by golly.
Oh, God.
Mistletoe is
Mhm.
coming.
Here's a headline for everyone.
Uh-oh.
Florida man who tried to run to Bermuda in inflatable bubble rescued by Coast Guard. Again.
Yeah. Again.
Should tell you something.
Yes, it should. Don't try to run to Bermuda in a bubble.
I mean, hey, you got to remember, we can also always talk about the fact that a farm game is doing better than a first-person shooter on Steam.
Hello, me. No, wait,
That
don't.
isn't really that hard though.
Hey!
And technically, Rust is not truly a first-person shooter.
Wasn't talking about Rust.
Hey, I wonder if this is where Nathan Thompson
Whoop.
got the idea from. Florida man climbs on playground equipment to tell children
Oh.
where babies come from.
Read the reply to that one.
However, the children already knew and showed him educational footage on their smartphones. The man now is traumatized.
Mhm.
I can see Nathan Thompson going, wait, what? You mean it's not actually a stork?
Oh.
Nah, it was yo mama.
Oh God, this number 20.
Oh.
Hang on. Let's do it this way, because this one deserves it.
Oh
Uh-oh.
boy. Oh, that one. He should have stayed in Skull.
Florida man manages to misspell school on warning sign twice.
Twice.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Oh, and of course, Orlando. Hey
There's nothing
Jay,
wrong
I
with
know.
Orlando.
Oh well. Hey Jay, I
Awesome.
know you're out there listening. How's it feeling knowing that these are the types of public works people you're around right now?
Oh,
No
Florida
arms,
man
no
stamps curious despite having no arms.
How?
Wow. You really want to know?
See, even the reply. How?
How?
He might not have no arms, but he's got 3 legs.
if he's got legs, he can grab a knife.
Did
with
you
his
hear about
feet.
the archer with no arms?
Go on.
No, I just
I'm just asking
What do you mean,
Jared
the
if he
actual
remembers
archer?
the archer with no arms.
No.
Yeah, the actual archer with no arms.
Chinese girl who could do it with her feet. The contortionist.
And use the bow
Oh
as
no,
well.
this was a guy that actually had no arms.
Yeah, I remember
I think
seeing.
he was in the Olympics.
Yeah, I remember seeing video of a. It looked to be either Chinese, Korean, or Japanese girl. Same thing. Did it with her feet. Bow on one foot. Use the toes on the drawstring. But okay, so here's this picture with the tagline above it. The monkey told him to do it.
This is about as far down as I got before I had to switch back
But-
to the laptop.
But do what? Florida man arrested for driving stolen vehicle while monkey clings to chest.
Have you not heard Faith No More? And that really nice song, Epic.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah.
Or that's just drugs. Loads and loads and loads of drugs.
Again, Leon, it doesn't always take drugs to make a Florida man.
It sure as
I'm
fuck
trying to
helps.
repeat this.
Florida.
23.
Wait. Sean Carroll from the chat. Do it and complete your training. Florida Palpatine. Yep, it works. Anyways, finding love in the most unexpected places. Florida man ripped urinal from restaurant bathroom wall, ran away naked into the woods.
Was he naked when he got to his restaurant, though?
It's Tallahassee? Probably.
As you do.
Hydration is key. Florida man pauses police chase to rehydrate with stolen Capri Sun. Says smoking crack makes him thirsty.
And someone
is
has said that drugs aren't
dehydrated.
necessarily always involved.
No, drugs are not always involved in Florida man incidents.
You're right. It's alcohol.
Yeah.
They tried a
nowhere
different solution.
Nowhere you wish has not been in the news yet.
Trick me. Oh,
Mhm.
oh, God.
Yet.
Florida man gives police exonerating dash cam video following traffic incident. Accidentally includes video of him robbing beauty store.
Karma at its finest.
Oh God. Here I am trying to defend Florida Man,
and the
Florida
goat
Man loses.
and the goat would still like to be alive. Florida man admits killing goat and drinking its blood for pagan sacrifice would still like to be senator.
To be honest, though, that's probably not the worst thing that, up and coming politicians have done.
Yeah, let's just be happy
You're
it
not
was a
wrong.
goat.
No, the other one tried to go with a 15-year-old.
Oh.
Oh, with a side. Oh, jeez. Florida man arrested for eating pancakes in middle of crosswalk.
When you gotta eat, you gotta eat.
This wasn't just when you gotta eat. This was premeditated. Motherfucker has a TV tray table, folding chair, and full setup to eat his pancakes, including a big old jug of syrup.
Which I think that's a big old jug of Aunt Jemima.
I
I cannot defend that ever.
Why is
Yeah.
a Texas and Missourian /Texas/Missourian defending a Florida man?
because
You
deep down he wants to be one.
You know, dude, Nikki.
Oh God.
I'm waiting.
Okay.
I'm
Nikki,
waiting.
I have a lot of respect for you. Okay, like it or not, I have a lot of respect for you. But when you fucking bring in the fact that I'm from Texas that moved to fucking Missouri, and then you make the insinuation that some shit's going on with that connection.
Do we need to bring up what all the bullshit Texas has done in the last 6 months?
You want to try defending against what Texas has done in the last 6 months?
That's.
We can go there.
I mean, who was it that tried to put a?
We can do that. Okay, all right, Nikki. I'll tell you this. We'll do that on Twitter.
Wait. I just got one question, just for clarification, just to make sure I'm not misremembering things. Which state was it that put a bounty on people getting abortions in other states?
That's interesting.
Okay, all right. Is it on the individual? Is it on the individual or is it on the doctor?
No, that wasn't the question.
No. Because for you to ask that question when the question you asked was an error.
No,
Jared.
Hang on. So there was no financial benefit for reporting someone to the state by this law if they knew of a person who went out of state to get an abortion.
Was it against? Okay, again, I asked the question: was it against a resident of Texas who went out of state, or was it against the doctor who actually performed it? There is context there, Jared, that you are overlooking.
There is a fucking bounty in it. There is a financial benefit to someone reporting it.
Again,
doesn't fucking matter. Does not fucking matter.
It does matter.
Does not fucking matter.
Jared.
Is there a financial reward for turning someone in for doing something in this new law?
Is it in for the doctor that performed it? Yes. Is it in against the individual who had it performed? No.
No.
How is it not a bad thing that it's against the doctor?
The doctor, regardless of the state, according to federal law, is responsible for violating the state law, regardless of where they're at in the nation. It is not against the individual seeking the abortion, it's against the doctor.
So
which is still unethical as fuck.
So if there's a doctor in a state that's, they have abortions and stuff like that,
then they can plead to the federal courts. That's where it belongs.
Yeah, but
So
it's
where's
still
the
an
fucking
unethical
bounty
fucking
coming
law.
in?
Okay. if they have a plea out to the federal courts, what's the fucking problem?
The problem
Nothing.
is it's an
Exactly.
unethical
Nothing.
fucking law.
Nothing.
It is a
That is
unethical fucking law, and Texas
how
is getting away with it.
when the state itself votes for the law. How is it unethical? Nothing.
Hey,
There's nothing unethical.
Because
It
it
is
is
the
telling
ethics.
a woman.
It is the ethics. It
No,
is
no, no,
the
no, no.
ethics of
It
that.
is telling.
No, Nikki, and this is where I'll go to ground with you on this. It is the ethics of that one state. It is the ethics of that one state. Texas.
Would you like some
through the
ovens and
years-
camps with that?
Stop, Leon. You're not even in this country. Shut the fuck up. Okay?
You're
Shut the
advocating
fuck
for
up.
something
Shut the
that's-
fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
You're advocating for something that's ethically just fucked up.
How the fuck am I fucking ethically violating something when it was the ethics of that one state?
Because that's the same fucking thing that
Stop.
the
Shut up.
state is
You're not
being
here.
unethical.
You're
I don't give
invalid.
a
You're
flying
invalid,
fuck, you
Leon.
wished.
You're
Hang on.
invalidated here.
Hang on. No. You wish. If you want a historical context, then by your own standard that you are putting here, what they did in Germany in the late 30s was not unethical with their laws against the Jewish community.
Okay.
That is
right.
a fair point.
Okay. And yes, that is a fair point. But in the same context, okay, the Constitution has a thing called the 10th Amendment. If you're not familiar with it, familiarize yourself with it. Okay?
Does it fucking matter if it's unethical?
What is ethical about aborting a child?
It's not a child.
What? Stop.
It's a fetus at that point.
Stop. Once it obtains a heartbeat, it is a child.
How is it? It's a fetus.
So this is where I will concede if you go by viability. But simply going off of the presence of a heartbeat, then you're looking at anything living that reproduces through sexual reproduction as having that sort of inalienable right.
All right. Stop. Okay.
If all you're going off of is heartbeat.
Okay. When is the heartbeat detected?
Does it matter?
Yes, it matters.
How?
As early
Answer the question, Leon.
as early as 7 weeks.
Okay. By then, the majority of the fetus is formed.
No.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Far from it.
If the majority of the fetus is formed at 7 weeks, why do they wait until week 20 to do an anatomy sonogram?
My daughter had an anatomy sonogram at 10 weeks. Oh, wait, we lost her at 14.
Because they identified something earlier on that necessitated checking earlier than 20 weeks. That was...
No.
Yes.
No, that was the
Dude,
gender,
you are talking to
dude,
someone who almost lost his first kid because of how his then wife's biology is. The normal schedule for the anatomy ultrasound is at 20 weeks. Because there are still major parts of the anatomy that are not present at 7 or 8 or 9 weeks.
So you're telling me the daughter that I lost at 14 weeks.
14 is not 7. There's a lot of growth that happens in 7 weeks. You said that it was mostly formed, majority formed, at 7 weeks.
My claim is 7 weeks with a heartbeat. Okay. Beyond what those that are claiming at 6 weeks, proclaiming that, go away, guys, both of you out. I don't care what y'all looking for. Get the fuck out of the kitchen. Sorry, I had to deal with my kids. Okay. Okay. At 14 weeks, my daughter had 10 fingers, 10 toes, head, face, hair.
Did she have a functioning brain?
Yes.
No.
Yes, she did.
No.
Yes, she did.
No.
She had that. Okay. All right. Then explain to me why. Look it up, Jared. Pull it up and put it up if you dare. Okay. There has been more than one instance of a 14-week fetus surviving birth.
With significant quality of life diminishing issues from being that premature.
Pull it up and try it.
Dude, I fucking lived it.
Again, pull it up.
Neural activity is not completed to the state of viability until the end of the second trimester. So that would be how many weeks there?
But did the child
That would be how many weeks there?
Nothing. Did the child live?
Is it actually alive?
Was Terry Schiavo alive when they pulled the plug?
Do we execute mentally retarded children? Are we Nazi Germany? Shut the fuck up at this point. You want to compare me to Nazi Germany? I'm going to compare you to Nazi Germany. Do we execute those who have a reduced standard of living?
No, but I do believe that.
Wait,
hang on.
Jerry, no, you said no. You said no, Jerry. No, you said no.
No, but Texas used to.
Live to it.
Texas used to.
Texas used to. Yes.
Texas used to execute people who had an IQ below 80.
Do we do it now?
No, so why the fuck are you trying to?
No, we don't.
Why
No,
are
we
you
don't.
trying to
No,
take
we
a step
don't. No, we
back?
don't.
Why are you
No.
trying to take a
Okay.
step back
No,
now?
I'm not taking a step back. I'm saying we've learned something from our history. We've learned from history. Do we not do that? Do we not do that?
Making a mistake under the guise of learning from history is still a mistake.
Granted. Okay. So we can't judge by modern terms, correct?
Can't judge by the biblical style of terms either.
You cannot judge.
All right.
You
we
can
don't.
hang
Okay.
on. No. There's some specificity here. You cannot judge by modern terms to an era when those modern terms and capabilities were not available.
Agreed. Okay. And there was a day when Texas used to incarcerate homosexual individuals. Do we do it now?
So what you're saying is this is all the learning process of what not to fucking do?
What would you call life, Nikki, at that point? Would you call it a learning process or a non-learning process?
You have to say it again. I didn't hear you.
Would you call it a learning process or would you call it a non-learning process? That which is life. We learn from history. Because if we don't learn from history, guess what we do?
We're doomed to repeat it. I understand that. And it looks like we are already on that because the whole abortion thing, the whole other bullshit should have been long past us. And look at the resurgence that all that we've gotten over the last fucking decade has come to.
What? Okay, all right. Let me ask you this: what is the problem with giving a child a chance at life? What is the problem with that?
It's not at the risk of the person who it's inside.
Fuck.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. So you're saying every abortion is medically necessitated
No,
because of the risk to the mother.
Did not say that. But you guys conveniently left that out. Plus, on top of that, incest, rape, And also, what was the other one that Texas said was okay, or not Texas, but another state said it was okay?
Ectopic
Okay,
prep.
Texas did not say. Okay, and yes, it is left out of the law, and yes, I will agree with this, and I will concede this. Texas left it out in cases of rape, incest, and medical necessity to the mother. Okay, now there is a gray area where Texas law protects the mother, where it is necessitated to the risk of the mother. Okay, and in which case, had any pregnancy my wife went through been a risk to her health and safety, I would have chosen abortion to have my wife rather than to have a child. Okay, I would have succeeded that, and will continue to say that through my life.
Okay,
I've raised my kids to that.
so I got another one for you too.
Okay,
So, young couple, barely scraping by, even worse so, say, in modern times, because neither of them can get a fucking job because of the current job market. They have a kid by accident. Oh,
okay, wait.
stop, no, stop. Let me finish this. They have a kid by accident, or at least the woman gets pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
They realize they cannot financially, even with government assistance, can afford to have that kid, because if they did, they would be on the streets. Do you want to give that kid a chance to live on the fucking streets as an infant? Probably malnourished. Abort it first, so that way it doesn't have to live with that. There's no guarantee it's
Okay.
going to get adopted either. So,
Okay.
and even
Alright.
then,
You say-
women hold on, even then,
Wait. Okay. You're making one assumption. You're making one assumption that is false. Okay. Making one assumption that is false. How many
is?
international abortions occur every year in the United States?
have to be international abortions.
How many international
I don't
adoptions?
fucking know. I don't got. I'm playing a video game. I don't have the shit up in front of my face.
Okay, all right, because you don't have that up in front of you, you don't know. Okay, I've
I
had
just
it
said
up in
that.
front of me. I've had it up in front of me. Okay, I've seen it.
Okay.
1 in 5,000 adoptions in the United States occur internationally. 1 in 5,000.
Okay.
How many abortions occur? Unnecessary abortions occur. Okay, and this excludes the instances of rape, incest, and risk of health to the mother occur in the United States.
What is your definition of an unnecessary abortion?
An unnecessary abortion is where the woman finds it convenient to abort the child versus having the child and setting it up for adoption. Simply for the fact of not wanting.
I'm gonna take
no, because now you're gonna backtrack, Nikki.
I'm not gonna backtrack shit.
Nikki. Now you're gonna backtrack. Yes, you're gonna
Say
backtrack. Now you're gonna
around
backtrack.
900,000 for the sake of it.
All right, you know what? Because you're accusing me of something I'm not doing. But you know what? I'm gonna let you know on a little secret. Do you know what a fucking baby is inside any human being? It is a fucking parasite.
No, it's not. It's alive.
No. If you go strictly by the definition of what a parasite is,
It is a fucking parasite.
A fetus fits the definition.
And this is someone who has a fucking daughter who I can't fucking see. And by all rights, me and my ex probably should have aborted the girl because she had a rough fucking life. But I love my daughter. So I was very anti-abortion once upon a time. When I'm coming from this is I've seen the fucking light.
But with this, you wished, how many are unnecessary abortions?
How many are unnecessary?
as you were trying to say what they weren't needed, and the mother just wanted them to be gone. How many?
Okay, let's define necessary and unnecessary.
The way that you wanted to do it before, where you wanted the number for abortions
Through rape, incest, and risk to the mother. Because those are my 3 grounds. Okay, that's the hill I die on. Dogs.
there. That's just the
Princess,
number
get
of
up there and lay
abortions in total.
Go lay down. Lay down. Excuse me. Unnecessary abortions, probably, given the numbers today, and I don't have the current numbers in front of me. Hang on a second, let me look them up.
So you claim that others don't have the numbers, and you don't have the same fucking numbers they were talking about.
I had the numbers in front of me, Leon. I don't have them in front of me now because I switched fucking screens. Excuse me.
I just pulled a basic Mustang owner routine. I slammed into a tree.
Wait, are you trying to say that your driving style is influenced by the car you're in?
I'm in a fucking Mustang. It sucks at driving. Leave me alone.
Because you don't know how to drive a Mustang.
It's a fucking you know what? I will go get my drift Mustang and prove you wrong.
You don't know how to drive a Mustang.
Yeah, you're not going backwards into a tree.
I did a second ago.
Video where it didn't happen. Hang on, I've got to use restroom.
I'm streaming it. There we go. There we go.
Yeah, see, that's the way you drive a Mustang. Off the road.
This car handles like shit. It's a good tune, but not for this. Not for this. Brakes really fucking suck.
I gotta agree with Sean Carroll on this one, and it's Nikki. Be fair, if it is in the '60s Carroll Shelby, it's not a Mustang.
I agree.
Yeah, because the real Shelbys, they could turn.
Yeah, but they couldn't brake. I'm not wrong.
Well, no, they would brake down.
I mean, I got another car from the '60s. I can tell you, I can guarantee it will go around the corner, but its brakes are useless.
I know. All right, I'm back. Stand by. Oh, shut up.
Oh, shit.
Oh, you know what? I know what I'm doing wrong with the Mustang. I'm not driving it in a straight line.
Yeah,
But-
there's that.
Babe. As a live mic.
You're gonna miss one. You're gonna miss one, Burns.
Oh, I see him up here.
No, I mean the bottom. There you go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this game is not. It makes you frustrated after a while.
Well, yeah, because it starts off nice and easy, but then
It throws shit at you.
it's like, you're doing too good. Here's about 50 at once.
Exactly. And if you notice, certain planes are faster than others.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm in the wet now, so this is gonna be real fun.
All right. Hang on a second. Okay.
Oh. There you go.
Now, let's decide. Let's define two different terms of abortion. Okay.
Why?
Because they need definition. That's why.
You mean
Oh,
like
shit.
necessary and unnecessary?
Bingo. Now, which would,
So what's
what would
necessary?
you define? What would you define as medical abortion?
Anything where it could
any-
affect the mother or the child negatively should the child be carried full term.
Okay, so
Typically,
you're
those
just-
negative effects would result in fatalities with either the
Okay,
mother,
all
child,
right.
or
So
both.
wait a second. Let's go with Leon because I'm going to discredit him immediately and immediately eliminate him from this conversation. Okay, Leon, your definition is anything that would negatively impact the child or the mother, correct?
As a medical abortion, yes.
Okay, you're now eliminated from it. Okay, what is a surgical abortion?
Surgical abortion is just the methodology
Choice
used for it,
Is
not.
no, it's not. It's defined as something different. It is defined as the will of the mother. Okay, it is an abortion defined by the mother. Okay, it's an elective procedure.
Okay, and
A medical is a necessitative means by will of rape, incest, or risk to the mother. That is a medical abortion as defined here.
Where?
ALL.org. AlphaLima.org.
American Life League
Suck my dick,
with the
Leon.
Confederate
It is-
flag on the fucking page.
You know what? It's got the most current statistics up available.
Yeah, you know what the beautiful
wanna
thing
try
about
me again?
statistics are?
Okay. All right. Wait a second. Okay. Would you
Because
challenge?
what? Medical abortion everywhere else is abortion using chemical means in order to abort the baby.
and
Okay.
surgical is the actual
Okay.
more
all right,
physical.
but
So
does it list a citation?
For that?
For
Second?
chemical induction.
No, medical abortion. Medical abortion.
Does it
Chemical
list
abortion.
a citation? The question I have, does it list a citation for chemical abortion? For chemical induction? That's where you don't
It's
want to
one of
admit
you.
it, Leon. That's where you don't want to admit it. None of y'all want to admit it.
Admit what?
we're trying to get to the basis of what you're fucking talking about.
Okay. A surgical abortion is an unnecessary abortion.
How?
Okay.
According to an organization that is not a medical ruling body, get a better fucking source.
And where do I get that?
Here you
freaking-
have, 7 different sources after Googling medical abortion definition.
Hey, speaking of Mustang, I just got a 302.
A medical abortion is causing an abortion through medical means, as in inducing chemicals into the body through, for example, medicines, in order to make the body reject the fetus.
Plan B.
Essentially, yes.
I'm fine with Plan B.
Then
That-
you're fine with medical abortion.
No, I'm fine with two people hooking up, the girl realizing she made a mistake, and not wanting to pay the 18-year consequence for it because she hooked up with the wrong guy. Okay, there is Plan B available. Okay, Plan B has cut down on the number of abortions that were surgical. Okay.
What is the
Where-
proper definition of a surgical abortion?
Surgical was
All right, so wait a minute. Early term abortion, late term abortion. Is this what it's sounding like?
no, it's early term because Plan B doesn't work past week 3. That's
No,
proven.
and that's why I said it's kind of the same. It's not Plan B. It works almost the same way in that it makes the mother reject the fetus. Or in the case of Plan B, sometimes it just starts the period early.
Okay. But the question remains, where do we draw the line? Okay.
The line between what? Necessary or unnecessary?
Yeah. Okay. Necessitative is rape, incest, or risk to the mother.
Define risk to the mother.
Yeah.
Death.
What about
What about-
homelessness?
Sickness? What about
Yeah.
hormonal issues? What about postpartum depression? What about psychotic tendencies?
Those can be treated, as has been proven.
Really?
Always.
Yes, they have. My wife had postpartum depression.
Those can't always be treated.
Exactly.
In some cases, mothers do
Those-
kill their babies despite medication because it doesn't work properly.
Citation needed.
You're gonna be hitting on the wrong thing.
Bring it on, dude. Bring it on. Bring it on, Nikki. Bring it on.
Yeah, I ain't doing shit. These guys are covering it.
Yeah,
well enough
exactly.
for
You're
me.
not going to do shit because I quoted citation needed. Your cowardice proves
I
it.
am playing a fucking game.
Get the fuck out of the game and go
No.
prove your citation. Go prove
No.
He
your fucking
wasn't
citation.
the one
Yeah,
doing
exactly.
it, you
have
wish.
no citation, Nikki. You have 0 citation.
Because I refuse
Because
to
where
get out of my fucking
postpartum
game. I'm
depression
enjoying the
was
play.
treated. No, because where postpartum depression was treated, death of the child was avoided.
And in not every case is it treated. And you want to talk about citations. Who was the one that went to a racist religious nutcase website for their citation?
I'm sorry, what racist?
ALL.org.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So they broke it down by numbers. Does that make them racist? No, that does not.
No, I'm saying
It
their
means that- it
I'm
means
saying
they
their
differ-
theology, I'm saying their theology is going to affect their methodology and their objectiveness on the subject.
No, it does not, because race does have an effect.
Really?
Yes, race does
Really?
have an effect.
Really?
Yes.
Someone's
Yes, because
mental
oh wait, Jared. forget the
someone's
fact
mental
that
state
fucking-
has
fucking
no effect on
Planned
their
Parenthood
bias?
was founded by eugenics, bitch.
I don't disagree with that. You
Then
seem to be
you
arguing a
cannot
point I'm
claim-
not making.
Then you cannot claim that a site that disagrees with eugenics, cites the fact that, yeah, abortion disproportionately affects those of color. You cannot. And then you claim them to be a racist site? I'm sorry. Try harder.
Are
bitch.
Democrats racist?
Yes, they are.
But they don't spout racist things like the KKK.
Bullshit.
No, if you just go off of the surface of what they say, they're not
I'm
racist.
sorry?
They're standing up for them. They're doing what they can to take care of them. They're not racist.
No, they are racist.
So
But
why can you have that level of subjectivity on them, a group that you dislike, but not one that you want to support? It's almost like another subject that you fucking
No,
ran
no,
away from when you were
no,
shown
no,
to be full of shit. Those fire
No.
starters. Did you ever
No.
watch those videos that Leon made that you requested?
On the fire starters?
The silence is deafening.
On the fire starter? Wait a second. I asked a question.
You are showing a habit of showing extreme bias in your sources and whether or not you accept them and whether or not you are willing to fully vet them. And I just brought up something else that you demanded Leon do.
Did I not?
You
Did I not?
demanded
Did I not?
Leon
Okay,
do
wait a second,
something.
wait a
And
second,
when
wait a
you
second,
were
wait a
asked
second.
over the course of multiple weeks whether you went to view those videos or not, you ran away from the conversation. You stopped responding.
Did I ask for? Did I or did I not ask for source material? Oh wait, yeah, I did ask for source material.
You asked for demonstrations.
No, I didn't. No, I
you
did
asked
not
for
get-
direct demonstrations. I was there in the conversation, motherfucker. Don't even try to pull that bullshit on me.
I asked.
You asked for
direct
video.
source material.
Leon recorded
I
them.
asked for direct source. I asked for direct source comparative material, which I tested. Did I get any in return? No, I didn't. Okay. Did I? No, I didn't.
Direct
Did I
source
get a
what?
comparative
You got
test?
the videos.
Did I get a comparative test? No, I didn't. Okay. So no, you can't claim that, motherfucker.
Then
No,
why
you
did
can't
then
claim that,
why did you
motherfucker.
not state that instead? Every time it was brought up over the course
I
of
did
weeks.
state that.
No,
Shut the fuck
no.
up,
After
Jared. Shut
Leon
the fuck
made
up,
the
Jared.
videos,
Shut-
I watched him ask you multiple times over the course of 3.5 weeks, and you refused to respond.
I stated in the first video. Oh wait, you overlooked that. I asked for substantive source material.
You
meaning
changed
I
your
had to
standards
test it.
after the
No,
fact, after
I
he
did not.
began
I
to
did
present.
not change
Yes,
my
you
stance.
did.
I know I did not. No, I did not.
Is
Shut
this
the
gonna
fuck up,
is this
Jared.
gonna be the gun debate all over again?
Oh, please, let's bring it.
Did you even look at the fucking court cases from Denmark?
Yes,
where
I
your company
did.
were claimed
Yes,
to
I
have actually
did.
stolen the shit
Okay.
from Burner
Okay. All right.
before they
Burner
changed the
did
name and
not
everything.
have Burner did not have a patent in the United States.
It doesn't matter. They're
Does-
Danish.
It okay, wait a second. Okay? It does. Because Quickfire, Surefire, filed for the patents in the United States because neither Burner nor Quickfire had the patents on the source material. Did they? No, they did not. They did not.
You do know that you can sell a product globally and not have a patent in every single country?
Exactly.
Now, which
Okay,
which
we-
patent predated which one? Was it the Danish one that predated the U.S. one? Or was it the U.S. one that predated the Danish one?
But Burner did not hold the patent at the time that the U.S. patented, or that Quickfire patented the United States version of it. Did they? No, they didn't. Okay. Burner patented it after the U.S. But where they lost it was where the permissions for said usage were determined. That was the
Which said
technicality.
usage.
That was the technicality. Usage is the technicality there, which is why they're allowed to do it today.
Go on.
Oh, silence again! Silence is deafening.
Go on,
isn't
you
it,
wish.
Jared? Isn't it, Jared? Isn't silence deafening? Yes, it is.
Or giving the primary...
Shut the fuck
Get-
up, Jared, because you lost on this argument. You lost that argument.
No, I didn't. It's called being courteous to the person next to me who actually has the direct access to the source material that you two were arguing about.
I'm sitting
You
here
said
driving a
silence is
Mustang correctly,
deafening.
so
You said silence is deafening. You lost there because Leon had no comeback to it. You said silence is deafening. Shut up.
What usage there you wished? I said they were the same thing. Did I not? I said that you were paying out your fucking ass for them. Did I not? I said that you're promoting a product where they're charging enough that you can buy 250 ones of the original ones
Yeah,
for the
okay, all
same
right.
price
I
as
agree with
12
that.
of them.
Okay, all right, okay. I
And
agree
then
with that.
you
And-
start
and-
saying that,
But
oh
you
yes,
know
but
what? You know what? You know
yours
what?
were biologically made.
I will
Yours were
tell you.
made
I will
with
tell you this,
vegetable
Leon.
oil.
Shut up, Leon, for 30 seconds. Okay,
Why not
I'll
let
go to
him finish his statement instead of trying to interrupt him like fucking Derp Durkins? Sorry, Darth Dawkins for those uninitiated.
Okay, shut up, Jared. Just
You were interrupting
Okay.
him and then told him to wait and give you 30
After
seconds.
you
You were
muted me.
interrupting
After
him.
you muted
You
me.
were
After you-
No, you were unmuted and Leon started making a statement and you were interrupting him. So much so that I really don't think you heard the last half of what Leon was saying
I
there.
did hear it, Jared. I did hear it. Okay.
Bull fucking shit.
And please, what did I say?
Bull fucking shit. And if you're going to play that mute game on me, there's the fucking door. If you want to be treated with a certain level of civility, give it to the other people you are talking to. You were interrupting Leon and cut off the last half of what he said, and I call bullshit on you listening to him during that because I couldn't understand either fucking one of you. So, Leon, please repeat the entirety of your statement so we all can understand what the original premise and argument was.
The original thing that was mentioned was that I said that these things are the exact same as a product that we have here that's made in Denmark, that's made by a company named Burner. It is a sachet with a, well, kerosene mix solution. It's essentially a solid kerosene mix in a vegetable sachet, as in the bag is made out of vegetable oil. That's the same thing that we have here. It's the same thing as the Burners. It's the same thing as the Quickfires. They are identical apart from the branding. That's part of what it started off with. Then it came onto other things, such as, is it made out of vegetable oil? Both have the same mix or mixture inside. Both are made the same way. Then we came to the whole thing, is it, or can it float? Is it waterproof? Is it this? Is it that? To the point of showing with videos that yes, it does float because it is lighter than water. It will float. It doesn't really matter. A piece of wood will float and will be on fire if you submerge it in the water and then just let it pop up, unless it actually soaks up the water. Just to add to that, I then also included links to the different product pages, including a claim from Burner in Denmark, because Quickfire, or Surefire as it was known at the time, had stolen their product and were using their kinds of stuff. I think that pretty much covers it.
Okay. Now, may I?
Go for it.
Or am I going to be muted again?
Only if you act like a raging dick again.
Okay. Quickfire separated itself from Burner by two methods. Okay. One, it doesn't use a kerosene base. Yes, it's lighter than water because it uses a vegetable oil base, both in the primary fire capacity, which is what's included in the packet. the packet itself is not kerosene based. Okay, that's where your claim is based. That's where your claim is wrong. But Quickfire didn't disassociate itself from the kerosene base fast enough in the court case. Okay, which is why Surefire had to change its name to Quickfire. Okay, Quickburn had to change its name to Surefire. Okay, that's the only two distinctions. That's why there's not a continuing case with Denmark. Is it, Leon?
Do you
Jared,
want me to answer?
Yeah, please. I'm waiting for one.
The thing that happened was the burner started up first. Quickfire, or as they were called back then, Surefire as it seems, were then trying to actually take after that. And they were trying to do shit in order to capitalize on it. And it was called Quick Survive. The main ingredient in the formula in both burner and Quickfire's products now is N-paraffin. That's in both of them. They're both derivatives of kerosene. The sachet, as in the plastic bag that it's in, is made out of vegetable oil, not the inside of it.
To which none of the entities involved in the lawsuit owned the copyright to. Is that not the case? That
The
is the case.
copyright, yes, they did. In this case, due to the way that the product was designed and the branding.
So Quickfire / Surefire owned their copyright in the US. And the burner owned the Denmark copyright, correct? Yes or no?
No. Both companies were started in and around Denmark. It's not a case of Quickfire owns the American one. It's that they, after that, have taken over the name, but they don't really own the right to just be the only ones with those kinds of fire sachets or fire starters.
But you're making it seem like Burner owns all of it.
No, I'm saying Burner were the first ones with these. The other ones, such as Quickfire, came after.
Burner was the first one with a license to the EU. That is Burner's claim.
Where is that one?
To the EU.
Where is that claim?
That's in the court cases.
Which one of them?
The first one. Okay. That Surefire was the one on the internet in the US, which is the largest survivalist market.
Do you mean the one in regards to the EU regulation?
Yeah. If you don't read the court cases, you don't understand the law.
That's not with the EU. That, in and of itself, is a case where that's being brought up in Sweden, due to a company here selling both of them, or rather trying to sell both of them. However, what really happened there was that Quickfire tried to sell the product, not actually showing what's in the fucking product, despite them being the same, and then getting hit over the fingers with it due to them not following the EU regulations of safety. what that case or what that court case shows is that the effective or rather the effective ingredients in it and the way that it's chalked up to be, as in the fire starter bags burn without producing environmental hazard or hazardous components, smoke or smell by combustion on the quick fire products is bullshit because of what it actually burns. Which is the same thing as burner.
And when was that case?
That case was in 2012.
So do you not think that in 11 years that quick fire, surefire would change their chemical formulation?
No.
You
For
don't
a
think
very
they
simple reason. Why would they? And since you claimed that you were actually going to ask about the formulation of them,
because we've learned in 11 years that chemical science can change dramatically. Yes or no?
will you still need the same products to make N-paraffin?
I need beeswax and vegetable oil.
You don't make it out of vegetable oil. You don't make it out of beeswax.
I would need beeswax and vegetable oil
to make N-paraffin.
Yeah, to make a burnable paraffin, I would need those.
No, not paraffin. N-paraffin. N-paraffin is a very specific thing.
Yes.
Not paraffin. N-paraffin.
Yes. I would need those two simple components to make a strikeable, burnable paraffin.
I'm not talking about paraffin. I'm saying N-paraffin.
I would not need a combustible petroleum product.
But that's not the thing here.
You're claiming kerosene. You're claiming kerosene. You're claiming kerosene. Kerosene is a end product petroleum product. Or do you not know what kerosene is?
I know what it is.
You realize that you cannot cook over kerosene.
Why can't you? And this isn't pure kerosene.
Let's see. The number of carcinogens contained within kerosene because it is a petroleum product. I mean, I don't even cook over. I don't cook over North American cedar for a very specific reason. Okay, why wouldn't
you cook with methylated spirits?
No.
So anything that's an alcohol stove is out for you.
I don't cook with alcohol. I drink it. I consume it, but I don't cook with it. Lord, I thought you guys understood me better.
It's very hard to understand you sometimes, especially when it comes to this shit, because as I've said, it's not paraffin. The stuff inside the fire starters isn't paraffin, it's N-paraffin.
N-paraffin.
N.
Meaning containing kerosene.
No.
Meaning containing a carcinogen. Yes. Kerosene contains, when burned, a carcinogen.
No, N-paraffin as a mixture.
You cannot cook over paraffin or ink paraffin.
Have you cooked over your fire starters?
Do what?
Have you cooked over your fire starters?
Yes.
Congratulations, you've already broken your own shit in that case.
No, I have not. Because my product does not contain kerosene.
Except in the N-paraffin.
This is not hard to understand. I understand lawsuits. I understand the changes that were made to the product.
What changes?
Stand by.
Go Navy.
Well, they did win today. Which actually, yeah, let me check Twitter to see if Furball has responded. Nope.
No, I didn't think so. He might still be busy doing who knows what.
Furball ain't be in Republic, Missouri. I'm just going to say that.
No.
I'm just going to say Furball may be down by the.
No, he's not.
He's probably by the Pondicherry River at a band.
No. He was at the fucking game.
Oh, was he at the Army Navy game?
Yes.
Damn.
The person that he is in charge of personal security for was at the game.
Wow.
Why do you think I'm giving him shit about it on Twitter? Asking him how the game was.
I haven't looked at Twitter, but shit, I'm going to join in on that.
Let's see here. And I'm just going to go off of the first link that I got, which goes to paraffinwaxco.com. Normal paraffin is a clear liquid that is made up of saturated hydrocarbons with a straight chain structure. They are either extracted from kerosene or through Fischer-Tropsch process at gas-to-liquid production sites. Paraffin, or called kerosene, is a mixture of hydrocarbons. It usually consists of about 10 different hydrocarbons, each containing from 10 to 16 carbon atoms per molecule. So, and N-paraffin is short for normal paraffin. Let's see here. Skip over a line. N-paraffin C10-C13 is a colorless liquid with a mild odor. It is insoluble in water. It is slow evaporating, environmentally adapted, fully biodegradable with negligible sooting, like lamp oil. Normal paraffin is extracted from kerosene, which contains an average of 20 to 25% paraffin, and therefore is generally produced close to a refinery, as the kerosene free of the paraffin removed has to be returned to the refinery. Over 80% of normal paraffin is used for the production of the lab. The remaining N-paraffin may be further processed to obtain special solvents used for various industrial applications, including synthetic resins, paints and varnishes, degreasing agents, and printing inks. Nothing that says.
Do you want to have even more fun? Check the Amazon link.
Oh yeah,
Go
because
down to where you see
Amazon's
ingredients.
such a great link.
Considering that the company doesn't really want to show it otherwise, what else do you have to go on?
Does it mandate that a company goes through its primary source, or it's
Okay.
Proprietary confidentiality? Oh wait, no, it doesn't. Okay.
So, what am I looking for here? With the Amazon
It says ingredients.
ingredients description, legal disclaimer,
Yeah.
reviews.
Legal disclaimer:
Right
do not
above the
eat. Do not eat paraffin.
Right above the legal disclaimer too.
Yeah, under important information. On Amazon, it lists an ingredient, 1, N-paraffin.
Normal paraffin.
Yeah. I'm trying to find an ingredients list on Quick Survive's website, and so far have come up with nothing. No ingredients listed.
Is Quick Survive an American company or not? Yes,
Let's
it
look
is.
that up.
Does it have to list its proprietary ingredients? No, it does not.
Ingredients can be listed, but proprietary goes to the mixing and the combination of said ingredients. Simply stating what chemicals are in your product is not a violation of exposing your product to reverse engineering or any of that other nonsense.
But it could be, which is why Quick Survive has not listed it.
Or it could be they're shady as fuck and are more concerned about making money than actually being ethical in other means. I mean, it is kind of cheaper to just change the packaging than to change the entire process and production of a product.
Okay, all right. And you know, that's the point I've already conceded. Has it not? Yes, it has.
Contains cough syrup.
But also on their website, I'm seeing made in Denmark.
Okay. So if it's made in Denmark and you choose to believe what you believe, then believe what you fucking believe.
I don't know what to fucking believe. Because I can't find the information I'm looking for from the source that I should be getting it from in the first place.
Which leads me to believe that the company wants to hide something.
Or maybe it doesn't want to reveal something.
Which is what I just said.
No, there's a difference.
Explain.
Wanting to reveal something and wanting to hide something are two different things. Revealing...
Wanting to hide and wanting to not reveal?
Wanting to not reveal implicates that you don't want to reveal what's in your source material. Okay? Wanting to hide implicates far worse and far more nefarious activities. Okay. Now, in the case of a veteran-owned company, which am I more likely to include?
Here's something to think about, though. Just because someone served in the military at one point or not does not mean that they are actually an ethical or honorable person.
Just like you, Jared.
I.e. Black Rifle Coffee.
Just like Jared did. Just like Jared did.
Just like Unirock did.
Would you care to make your point a little more clear there in that moment you wished?
No, I'm just simply asking, you know, what are your implications here under this?
That just because someone was military and is currently a veteran doesn't inherently mean they are removed from a level of scrutiny. Doesn't mean they're automatically some anointed sainthood type of thing just because of that tag. If anything, that puts them to a higher standard where they should be even more above board with how they're doing things.
Okay, so if you're wrong about something and you're proven wrong about something, you should admit and own up.
You accept it and move on. You accept the correction, you accept the information, absorb it in, and keep moving. You don't dwell on shit that doesn't need to be dwelled on because it's been addressed. So this whole thing, I agree that there are instances where a company being veteran owned or operated or both can be a benefit, can actually be a selling point, which oftentimes that's actually what it's used for. A selling point, not because it actually adds anything of value to whatever product or services are being offered, but because it's a selling point. It's a marketing tactic.
Because everyone basically wants to hear, buy this to support our troops. Yeah. When half of it doesn't even happen.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. So you wouldn't agree that you're using your channel simply because it's selling.
No. Here is a massive fucking awakening to everyone who hasn't been paying attention. I could make this the last show on this channel ever, and I would be absolutely fine.
And the reason for that being is because you did not turn your channel into your primary career or your primary money-making item.
I can stop doing and posting anything on YouTube whenever I feel like it. I am not that invested in it from that standpoint.
Okay, so you would turn your back on 22 a day.
No. I still do other shit towards that in other avenues.
Because the only primary reason I joined your channel, Jared, was because you and I had that conversation, correct?
You had your reasons, and here's the thing. My stance on supporting and bringing attention to those issues and addressing those issues in the way that I feel that I can, that it actually has some efficacy, has not changed. And here's the thing. The efficacy of things being done and said on YouTube, with the way that YouTube itself has gone down the shitter from a corporate standpoint and the favoritism that they're doing, I'm not here because of me. I'm not here because I want to do this every week. I am here for everyone else. I give up time and energy that I could be putting elsewhere and doing other things, going through other avenues, exploring other possibilities. Instead of doing that, I'm here giving a public avenue for all of you, both on the panel and in the audience. This is for you guys. That's why I've said from the beginning, this channel is more about and a reflection of all of you than it is about me personally, individually, as a driving force. I am about giving people an opportunity to build and cultivate and continue a community where you can talk about whatever you want. You can talk about all the topics and issues that you want that get your fire going in a space that is not going to kick you out because of those opinions or views that you have. You can have...
Excuse me while I laugh.
You're still here, aren't you?
Refer back to about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, where I gave you the opportunity. I said that nothing is keeping you here. It is your choice. Not because of what you said, not because of the content or the ideas you were speaking, but how you were fucking behaving. It was how you were presenting yourself. That's the difference. Is I can disassociate the person from the idea. You can have shitty ideas. You can be a complete ignorant asshole. But if all you are is an asshole that just wants to stir shit, like someone tried pulling about a year ago, or, yeah, about a year ago now, a little over a year ago.
Yeah.
I have no problem pulling the plug when it is necessary because of the behavior, not because of the ideas, not because of the person individually, but the behavior.
My ideology.
And if it was because of the behavior, then I would not be here on panel right now. I would not even be remaining in the server. He would have kicked me out a while ago for some of the takes that I've had. Yeah. Am I wrong, Jared?
Yeah, you go a bit far at times, and we get on you for that. But that's the thing is,
yeah,
we attack the idea, we attack the behavior, not the individual.
Yeah,
I don't say you're wrong just because you're a fucking retard. No, it's you're wrong. Here's where I see you being wrong, and then the behavior is another aspect of it. At the end of the day, at
Okay.
the end of this show, at the end of this conversation, my opinion of you wished, is going to remain what it was. My opinion of you is not going to change. Just like the people who decided to disassociate from all of the bullshit that was going on about 6 months ago and just said, I'm done and gone from everything. I have no ill will towards those people. They made their decisions. They made their choices of what they thought was best for them. That was their decision to make. I don't look down. I don't have any change of opinion of any of those people who made that decision for themselves. I don't play those games. That's why when you started to step out of line with your behavior, I reminded you, there's the door. You can leave if you like. That wasn't me pushing you out the door. That wasn't me telling you to leave. That was a wake-up call that everything is a choice.
Okay. All right. Again. Okay. And I apologize because I realize my attitude come off as douchebaggery. Okay. At times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But understand something. That when I tell someone who's not in the U.S., okay, that it's a 10th Amendment issue, they're not versed in the 10th Amendment. Correct? Yes or no?
Are
they
you?
wrong in that?
It's an. Do you know for a fact that they are unaware of it? That they are unfamiliar with it? Or is it an assumption?
I'm very familiar with the fact that the majority, for the prerogative of it, is that they're not familiar with the 10th Amendment. Leon, if I asked you right now without looking online, what does the 10th Amendment say?
This is a null fucking void point because I don't even know it. I'm American.
It's
Exactly.
it's the supremacy clause.
No, it's not.
There's the powers of the United States isn't dictated by the Constitution or prohibited by states. It's something about the states deciding on the.
It is what powers is not enumerated under the Constitution by the federal government or under the federal government is enumerated to the states. That is the 10th Amendment in its entirety. The 10th Amendment gives the power from the Constitution of the federal government to the state government. That is what makes us unique as each individual state.
But that still doesn't explain anything else in that same premise.
Which would be?
Why is it not unethical?
Because the state itself decided it was not unethical.
That doesn't mean
That's
shit.
not up to the state.
Stop.
Just
Okay.
hang on.
Okay. Who determines what is ethical and what is not? The majority of the people? Yes or no?
That's not a simple yes or no question because there are many instances where the majority have voted for or accepted something and exactly been dead fucking wrong. If you want to stick with just U.S. history, let's look at let's look at Prohibition. Let's look at the internment of the Japanese. Let's look at the forced relocation of Native Americans from the Southeast. I mean, there are a lot of things that the majority went with that was seen as ethical because it was under the legal purview. But when you really look at it with an objective view, it's really not. Or are you saying that just because a law is passed that says that you cannot imbibe in alcohol means that it is an ethical it is ethically right for that to be the case simply because it was made into law?
Did it cut down? Okay,
I got your question here.
one question to your imbibing of alcohol. Did it cut down on the number of DWI fatalities?
No.
No,
Yeah,
I don't-
actually it did. It actually did.
Was there such a thing as DWIs in 1920?
No.
there wasn't.
No, there
No,
wasn't.
because there was no classification for it.
Then it
Exactly.
didn't cut anything down because it didn't technically exist yet.
No,
There
the,
you
Then
the
why-
whole the
then
whole
why
thing.
apply-
No.
Okay, then why apply? Okay, why apply past law to current ethics? You can't.
No,
Historically, that is proven
No.
to be wrong.
No,
Now,
and see, here's the thing.
If you
And
want to
here's
go,
the
if you
no,
want to go to, if you
Time
want to
out.
go to another topic that you touched on, Jared, let me get to this. If you want to get to the forced relocation of the Cherokee and the other Native American tribes and mixed tribes, mixed being that there was ethnic racial mixing there, forced relocation to other states, yes, that was ethically and morally wrong.
and yet it was legal. And your whole
And yet-
argument has been it is ethically right because it's in the law of Texas. That
Because it
is
a
what
state-
your
because
argument
it-
was.
No, because it is a state right determined by the people of the state of Texas. It is nothing more. It is nothing more. The state of Texas voted for this. The vote of the majority of the people of Texas have said we want this law in effect.
The bulk
But
of
that
the
does not
majority.
dictate morality.
Hold on. The bulk of the majority of the people that actually went out to fucking vote does not make the majority of that fucking state. Because as
What
we
was-
know, what happened during the presidential election between Hillary and fucking Trump, half the fucking country didn't vote.
What was the numbers in the state of Texas there, Nikki?
I don't fucking again.
Exactly.
You're asking.
Exactly.
No,
You
no,
don't
no,
fucking
stop.
know.
Stop.
No.
Stop.
You
No,
go.
you
You
need
go
to
to
stop
your.
on this
You
one.
go to your original statement, Nikki. You don't fucking know.
Okay. So here's my whole issue. This is why I got the fuck out. One of the other many reasons why I get the fuck out of the goddamn debunking community. Because it is, no matter what argument you do, you can't just go by off common fucking sense logic. It's got to be citation after citation. I could have a million fucking goddamn tabs open at your beck and fucking call, or anyone else I have to fucking debate. I'm tired of that shit. I'm coming here just to have fun. So I'm playing a fucking game on Jared's channel. I come here to fucking have fun. Not sit here and debate and go over semantics.
All right, so you want to talk about turnout in the state of Texas. Let's start it starting from 2020 November presidential going backwards. This is just percentage of turnout compared to the number of registered voters. For the presidential election, 66%. For the primaries, 12%, well, 12.4% and 12.9%.
Yeah.
For the 2019 constitutional, which is your state election, want to know what your turnout was?
Less than 12%.
12.4.
Well, I was wrong.
Your gubernatorial was 53%. Your gubernatorial primaries were 10.1 and 7%. Your 2017 state constitutional, 5.8% of just registered voters are showing up. So,
Do you want to know? Do you ever care to know correlation to that? Do you want correlation to that?
correlation is not
Because
causation.
No, but correlation and causation in this case are the same. Okay, starting in 1983 with the TCAT. Okay, the Teacher closure assessment score, okay, which was a score among teachers teaching elementary and high school students. They were the only ones that have to go through this.
I'm going to look at some facts real quick because I want
Look
to
up,
prove
look up,
something.
look
Hold
up,
on.
Governor. Look,
No.
Nikki,
This
Nikki, if
is
you're gonna
something.
look at-
This
if
is
you're gonna look
something
it up,
different. This is something
Okay.
different.
No,
I'm
I-
looking
okay.
up.
I'm waiting to
Oh.
hear the link between an
Okay.
educational metric thing in 1983 and its direct link and causation to voter apathy and lack of turnout in 2018.
2 events occurred in Texas. Do you know what Texas was the first in?
And most incarcerated per capita.
Besides that,
Just make your point.
Athletically.
Just
Do
make
you
your
know what
point.
Texas? Do you know what Texas was first in athletically? No pass,
Steroid-
no play. No
steroid
pass,
use?
no play. No pass, no play. Okay. Do you know what no pass, no play means?
You have to have a certain grade level in order to be eligible for.
You have to be passing. You don't have to have a certain grade. You don't have to have a certain level.
Passing would be a certain
C.
level.
C was
Yes.
the mandatory level.
Yes,
to
that is a
pass.
certain level.
Okay. All right. C average in Texas was the median grade used. Okay. D became no passing. Okay. So students who were athletes, your basic front linemen, your basic,
I'm still waiting.
tackles.
I'm still waiting to
Okay.
hear how this educational requirement directly led to
This was
voter
not the only-
apathy
this
in
was-
2018.
This was not the only one. Okay. In 1983, Mark White, a Democratic governor, mandated that teachers had to have a certain proficiency level at teaching their core classes. Well, guess what? In Texas elementary schools, all courses at the elementary level are taught by all teachers. It doesn't matter. You don't have a homeroom and then a reading teacher and then a math teacher and a science teacher and a history teacher. You have a homeroom, maybe a reading teacher and a science teacher, if that. You might have a history teacher, if that. But all courses are taught by one teacher. It doesn't discriminate against grade level like it does at junior high and high school level. So that set Mark White to being a one-term governor versus where he should have been a multi-term governor because of that. That set the Democratic Party on a downward spiral in Texas because Texas, up until that point, had been a blue state.
Yeah, and
Reagan was a
the
woman.
Democratic Party in the early and mid 80s was not the same philosophically as they are today. How does that lead to a causal link to voter apathy in 2018, 2019, and 2020?
Because the teachers that suffered through that 1983 course began to not teach at the level that they had been teaching prior to the 1983 teaching. Okay. They quit putting forth the effort because they had to prove that they were putting forth the effort. Okay. That's the causation. That's the primary reason why in Texas education has gone down since 1983. Whereas it had been up to 1983 going up. And that's the reason why and what's her name, who said Bush was born with a silver foot in his mouth, or a silver spoon in his mouth, excuse me, hasn't, we haven't elected a Democratic governor since.
All right.
We
So
may do that. We may do that very simply. But if you look at the Texas educational courses since 1983 and the test scores coming out since 1983, they've been going down.
would you like to take a guess at the voter turnouts in 1984?
They were lower than what they are now, but Texas was
Really?
a lower population. Yes, they were.
Really? Because I'm on the stateoftexas.us site right now, and do you remember what it was in the 2020 presidential election?
What was it? What was
66%.
It was it in the what was it in the 1984 election?
68%.
Oh wait, there's a drop there, isn't there?
In 2020, it was lower. You said in the 80s it was lower than it was in 2020.
Okay. I was guessing at that point, but yeah, go ahead. Continue.
Your voter turnouts in the 80s were the same or higher than they were today. Still trying to see how you can come up with that link to justify.
Have they gone down? Have they gone down since the 80s? Have the voter turnouts gone down since the 80s?
Comparing the
I went to school in the 80s, and in the 80s,
yeah, so did I.
It was preached to us. Your vote is your voice. It was preached to us.
Anyways, the only elections that are actually seeing a significant change between the last 3 years and the middle of the 1980s and voter turnout are actually the primaries.
I got a question.
The presidential primaries?
Yes. You had 20 to 30% turnout in the presidential primaries in the 80s, and you're in the 12 to 7% range now. But other than that, all the other election turnout percentages are within 5 percentage points.
I got something more. I got more interesting than this.
Some down, some up. Some down, some up, to where the aggregate average is the same. The number of years that are down is the same number of years that are up.
Which are down, which are up. Are we voting for a Texan, or are we voting for somebody else?
That has fuck all to do with the turnout.
No.
I'm not looking at results. I am just looking at voter turnout. Take the most recent. Let's
look at the individual years. Are we looking at a Texan running for office, or are we looking at somebody else running for office? That has fuck all to do with it, because there is a thing called Texas pride. That's something.
Tell me what non-Texan is running in the gubernatorial race.
No, you said primaries.
No.
You specified primaries. Let's look at the primaries. You specified.
Stop changing the fucking point. Stop changing the fucking point.
I'm not changing the point.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. No. No. I am looking at the overall complete voter turnout of all election types since the mid 80s till now. And I specified that the only areas that are showing a major deviation now between the mid 80s are the presidential primaries. Those are the only ones that.
Okay, then let's look at those.
Why?
Because you're leaving out a specific subset.
No, I'm not, because the presidential primaries have fuck all to do with the state laws.
Okay. Then let's go with that.
And your voter turnout for your state elections now in the late 20 teens compared to the mid 80s are within a few percentage points of each other.
Up or down?
Both fucking directions, asshole. If you listened, you would have heard that some of the years were a couple percentage points up now. Some of them were a couple percentage points down now. So the aggregate average over a multi-year sample is the fucking same.
Is it? Based upon per capita gain?
No. It is entirely percentage of turnout to registered voters.
So not based upon
No, it is
per capita
entirely
gain.
the number of the percentage of registered voters who actually showed up to vote.
Oh, you
This
don't
is
understand.
regardless of the state population per year. This is the raw percentage, which the raw percentage does not necessarily change based on population. See, the percentage is a ratio between the total population and the population that is registered for voting. And we're looking at the registered voters that actually showed up each year, not the overall state population.
Okay, so if a population changes of 1 million in Texas,
Okay?
only 10% of that population change registers to vote. That would not influence that number.
Not as much as you would necessarily think. Because 10% of that 1 million, that's roughly, 100,000.
Well, hang on. Let's look at it this way. So if you have a voting age population change, but that voting age population change does not reflect in the number of actual registered voters, doesn't fucking matter then, does it? The number that I'm looking at is the number of registered voters who actually showed up to vote and make themselves heard. Because if you are of voting age and don't register, you only have yourself to blame.
Then understand my next statement, Jared, because it echoes yours. If you don't show up to the polls to vote your voice, you don't get a right to bitch about it.
Yes, you do.
Speaking,
It's called First Amendment.
Hang on.
Okay, it's First Amendment, yes, but if you did not vote and you were eligible to vote and you didn't bother to register, shut the fuck up.
Well,
Nope,
no,
still First Amendment.
hang on. Since you want to go to the actual function of the voting, let's go to a topic, the actual specific topic that you brought up earlier that was wonderfully and woefully incorrect. You said that it was the majority of the state who voted for the Texas state law. So what you're saying is that that bill was put to the public for the public to directly vote on it, correct?
It wasn't directly put on.
So you were fucking wrong on the methodology and who actually voted for it, right?
Do you understand how Texas's Constitution functions?
I know how state legislatures are functioned and how they're supposed to work, and that they don't actually always work that way.
Do you know how the Texas Constitution functions? Yes or no?
How is it different than any other state legislature? Is it a representative republic setup? Yes or no?
Yes, it is.
So how is it different from any other state's legislature?
Not by much, but it
okay.
varies to
So explain to me how you can say that the majority of the populace of Texas voted for it when it was actually their representatives who voted for it.
The majority of the representatives that are in the houses now ran on this. That's how they all ran on this. They ran on the heartbeat bill. They either ran for or against it in the last election. In the last state election, they ran for or ran against it. That's how they got elected.
So political posturing to get votes to get into office. has
But
fuck all
they-
to do
they-
with what they're actually doing, their actual motivations once they're in office.
You know, when you got Democrats running off to Washington, D.C., that speaks a whole lot, doesn't it?
How about this? How about I give you a little view into this, since I have some, let's say, inside knowledge into that whole fucking process. You
How
don't
do
just
you have-
vote for
how do you have
someone
any-
on one issue.
Leon, stop. Wait a second. Let me ask you for one logical second. Okay. How the logical fuck do you have any inside view
Onto
as to
political
how
processes?
how the hell Texas political processes work?
It doesn't matter that it's Texas. It really does not fucking matter.
Politics is politics. It doesn't change wherever you go.
Well,
Actually, it does.
hang on.
Geographically.
Mm.
It does geographically.
The philosophies may differ, but here's the question. Leon, was the political office you were in, would it fall under the framework description of a representative republic style of governance?
In a way, yes.
You were elected to represent a group of people, correct?
Yes.
How is that any different than the state legislature in Texas you wished?
It's not the question.
Okay, then, Leon, go ahead.
Wait. Let me ask a question. Leon, when you were elected, did you follow the electric voice of the people who elected you? Always. 100% of the time.
I followed, to the degree that I could, the wishes of the people that put me in power.
But did you
However-
follow, okay, wait a second. Now I ask the second question, because you answered the first. Okay. Did you ever interject your own morality into any vote that you ever cast?
Into every vote. Because if people did not want me there and
Okay.
didn't
Then
actually
you did
trust
not.
my...
Okay, stop. Then you did not represent your people 100% of the time because you interjected your own personal morality into each vote you cast.
Hey, that sounds a lot like modern politics in general in the United States.
You wished. I was there because I represented the people who saw me for what I actually saw as being a worthy goal. They chose me to represent them because they trusted my judgment, my morals, in order to get them there. They didn't vote because they had one issue and they expected me to always go on about this one issue. There weren't all these people who voted just for the party because they wanted this one singular thing. It's a thing where if you have something like where I was in both municipality and region, you have a lot of different things that you actually vote on. You have a lot of different things that you're actually in charge of. And all of these things, I was put in place there. I was put in power because people believed that I had the sufficient knowledge, the sufficient morals that aligned with theirs in order to make a choice they would be happy with.
Okay, let me present you with the issue at hand. Okay, you had 6,000 constituents sign a petition for a heartbeat ban bill, like Texas has. Okay, but you had no one on the other side, or nowhere near the 5,000 that have signed this petition. Would you vote against it?
We don't do it like that here.
That's the way we
That's
do it
not
here.
the way that works here.
That is the way. That is the way that the Texas Heartbeat Bill ban began. It began by petition. It began by popular voice.
No.
No.
Hang on. I would contend that it started by loudest voice, not necessarily or inherently popular.
Exactly.
but loudest voice in Texas became popular voice.
How?
Apparently
Who
not,
was it
since
that,
there's been such an uproar even from within the state about it.
who voted on this? Who made the final vote?
The final vote became by conservatives. I'm not going to deny that. Okay. But
And with that, is it something that the people, as in the actual people of Texas, wanted, or was it the people that they elected, maybe on other
majority,
issues,
yes, it
that
was.
chose that for them?
For the majority, yes, it was. Yes, it was, because the majority of Texas is a religious conservative group. If you haven't looked at the
he may not be wrong on that one. He may not be wrong on that one because
no, I'm not wrong on that one.
Shut up! I'm trying to make a point. God damn it! Shut up. Texas is allowed to teach creationism in school.
Yeah, I know, which is against science.
So when it comes to a science,
I'm not going to go against that statement because I believe in creationism, or I believe in science over creationism, but I believe in a entity did for the basis of human life, created life. You gather what I get at? We were touched by a creation, but we're not forced to worship it.
Well, the creation is surely touching a lot of children in Texas most of the time. But when it comes to all that stuff, if you still have that shit, and here's what it really boils down to, the people that actually vote for it in the end, be it something that they themselves believe in, or what actually happens in many cases, you have to vote for the party line. You have to vote for what the rest of the party says, regardless of what you yourself think, because otherwise you're going to be out. Because even if you don't want this, even if you don't believe that this is actually a good thing, if you vote against it, you're going to get shit.
I got a question for you, You Wish.
Go ahead.
Should religion be removed from politics?
Yes. And should politics remove itself from religion? Yes. Should every person be allowed the freedom of religion without consternation or accusation or downplay or being pissed upon?
Okay, so here's my question. Here's my other part of the question.
Should religion be allowed to be free? Yes.
That's not what I was getting at.
Should politics be free?
You're tangenting off on what I was not trying to go on.
Okay.
I don't care about that. I agree. Religion and politics need to be fucking separated, as well as a lot of other shit with religion.
Yes.
But that's not what I was getting at. What I was getting at was simply to the point. You got all right, to bring up the abortion thing without getting into a massive fucking argument on this one.
Okay.
You got your belief, right?
Yep.
About a child. Another person doesn't hold that belief. She's atheist. She don't care. She made a mistake and she does not want the next 18 years of her life, particularly the next 9 months of her life, to pay for it. Because maternity leave in the United States is bullshit. We'll just say she does have a decent job. But maternity leave in the United States is bullshit. We already all know this. She doesn't realize she's not pregnant till probably pretty close to her first trimester. She goes for an abortion. That's her fucking right. That's her belief system. Because you think it's unethical. You don't think it's right. What about that person?
Right. Here's a question, and this is actually provable. Okay. What happened the first week after the abortion ban went into effect?
fucking know because I don't pay attention to the goddamn news.
Okay, maybe you should. Okay.
No,
Plan B is still legal in Texas, right? Yes or no?
I think it is.
It is very illegal, accessible to 13-year-olds, 12-year-olds.
Did I say Plan B?
All right,
Did I say
no,
3 weeks? Did I said first trimester.
Okay. All right. If you think you made a mistake, you usually know the night or the morning after, right?
No.
No. There are women who don't know that they're fucking pregnant until their fucking second trimester.
Yeah, my sister-in-law is one of them. But here's something to think about, though. You wished. No. You wished. I know exactly where you were going. Now, here's the thing. Even with the combination of any type of birth control that the woman is on and the use of a condom by the man, it is not 100% at preventing pregnancy.
Agree.
Yes. So you can have that instance where she's actively taking birth control, guy wrapped it up, and it didn't break. So you have no rational reason to think that a conception occurred until you get those symptoms that tip you off and you take a test and holy shit, she's pregnant. That is the type of situation Nikki was asking about, where you take every precaution possible short of just diddling yourself, and nothing happened to change the physical state of the effectiveness of any of those individual measures, and yet conception can still happen.
Agreed.
What then?
Agreed. But you have, under the Texas abortion bill, according to science, you still have 2 weeks to figure it out.
And
which you don't.
You can't.
Hang on. Your take-home pregnancy tests do not give you a positive result until the 6th, 7th, or 8th week. At which point, by the Texas bill, you're fucked.
Which that in of itself is unethical.
In which case, the EPT test or the EPT ovulation test moot at what point?
You do not get effective results. You do not get actual effective positive tests.
You can't defend against that. You cannot defend against that. The EPT ovulation test gives results.
That's an
4 days before ovulation.
That is an ovulation test, not a fucking pregnancy test.
Without ovulation, what does not occur?
So you're saying that every woman needs to start taking these ovulation tests every week? That is what you are advocating for.
If it's available, it should be done. Because you're advocating because abortion is available, it should be done.
No. Hang on. I'm saying just because it's available, it's an option. I am not saying that an option should be taken off the table for a situation that cannot be covered for.
Needs to know where she's ovulating at and when to avoid having sex. Period.
I got a question.
Okay. Hang on. Let's use this logic. Let's use this logic somewhere else. Let's use this logic somewhere else. Okay, you wished. We need to come up with a test that's going to determine when or not you're going to be an asshole, and we can then restrict your drinking based on that possibility.
I'm always an asshole whether I'm drinking or not.
So stop drinking.
I did. It didn't work.
I can put this down. He's less of an asshole when he's not drinking.
Real quick, and I'll be back.
He's less of an asshole when he's not drinking.
Yeah.
And not talking about subjects that,
here's the problem with legislation is it has to be specifically vague in that you are covering and protecting and trying to control a certain situation for a certain set of desired outcomes. But when you're starting to throw in biological processes that are not 100% consistent, that are not entirely predictable, and that shit can happen even when you would assume that it couldn't, there's going to be issues where someone is doing their best to follow the intent of the law, and yet something still happens. And that shows there to be an issue with the law. And here's a wild fucking case for everyone. Not everything needs to be solved with fucking legislation.
Exactly.
It's almost as if I think it was Sean Carroll that said it in chat a little bit ago. I'm just going to say it. Abortion should never be a political issue. Politicians have no place legislating it at all. This is quoting chat.
Yeah, it should stay entirely in the medical purview under the guidance and restrictions that medical necessity would come into place, because that is the realm of it. You can have...
But that's the whole reason. That's the whole reason for Roe versus Wade, Jared, is because it became a issue of medical necessity to save the woman from penalty of rape or incest, or the risk of her life versus the right to have an abortion. Period. That is where this whole realm argues.
Yes, and I will say again, the handling of access to a medical procedure should be kept to the medical profession.
Okay, well, if it were left upon the medical profession in 1973, abortions today would not be legal under specific guidelines.
Yeah, because legislation lasts fucking 3 decades. Always.
Well, no, if it hadn't have been for the judicial courts coming in and saying you can't mandate whether or not a woman has viability over her body, that was where it became necessity. Okay, Texas came in and said, look, we believe something different. Okay, Georgia.
You said the magic word. You said the magic word. Believe.
Okay.
That means it's not objective.
Okay. All right. Well, again, okay. Would you have the right to a sex change, Nikki?
I don't, because I can't fucking afford it because of our fucking laws.
No. Being able to afford and being able to do are two different things.
I can go get one. I can go get one, but I cannot fucking afford it.
Okay. All right. So, should the federal government pay for your sex change?
Yeah, because I'm a vet. They should. They pay for all the rest of my health care. Why not that? Because that's something that affects my mental health on a daily fucking basis.
Okay. And I apologize for pointing out that fact. Okay. I do.
I don't care. I've come to terms with it. But the issue is,
believe me when I say I love and care about you, brother. Okay, I love and care about you. I call you brother whether or not you're male or female. I don't care. Okay, you're somebody whose opinion I use to balance my daily objectiveness upon. Okay, believe it or not, I do try to balance myself against you above anybody else on this panel. Okay.
Yeah, I'll admit I'm too much of a nihilist.
You are a nihilist, Jared. Let's face it.
I'd
rather just drink you in gasoline and torch you.
I'm a bitch, and I'm not even like most trans people. So,
but okay, all right. If there's anybody on this panel whose opinion I value is sneakies above the majority of everybody else. Okay.
Okay.
So my point is that number one, I believe in states' rights. Okay, a state should have a right to dictate it. Should be able to direct its edicts to its patronage who voted for it
Within reason.
within reason. Okay. Now, if Texas were to suddenly say, nobody black out past 8 o'clock for the sake of crime prevention, believe you me, I'd be out there protesting. Okay. If Texas said, that's it, we're closing the southern border, period, regardless of who you are, where your stature is, or what your immigration status is, I'd be out there protesting. Okay. I don't have anything. Not unless you got Atlanta stacked up. Mom may have some. Mom's probably got Zylanta or something. Do I need to go tickle your tickle button?
Oh no.
I hope he's not asking us here.
I'm sorry, y'all had to do that. But again, what I'm saying is that the fact that the state as a whole elected the leadership that is currently in power, okay, and if it wants to change this law, it needs to change its leadership. Okay, it needs to get out there and elect other leadership.
No, they could still do the steps necessary to bring it to the attention of the current leadership and get them to realize, oh, fuck, we didn't actually listen to every one of our constituents. We only listened to the people who were talking.
Okay, the majority of the people, of the people who were talking in this instance were registered voters. That's who they were listening to. Who are the electorate going to listen to? Elected voters or non-elected voters? They're going to listen to elected voters. Why? Because they want to get reelected. So that if the majority of the people who are out there talking are not are not registered voters, they need to get out there and get the fuck registered, right?
Yeah, but here's also the thing. My thinking is that if they're only listening to their registered voter base and not to everyone else that are saying, hey, this is an actual problem, this needs to be fixed, and they're only listening to the talking heads, then that's going to decrease voter turnout.
Or they're already alienating a group of people prior to them being eligible to register to vote, which is going to shoot them in the foot to begin with.
Which is going to further decrease voter turnout.
Did you pay attention in history class? Do you know how the United States was formed? The minority was ignored. Guess what? They massed up in armed revolt. Okay, that's how the United States was formed.
Yeah, and you want to know what else was formed the United States? Slavery, mass murder, practically genocide.
Citation needed, because the majority of Native Americans died due to natural causes, i.e., disease. Yes, it was brought over by the Europeans.
But the Europeans did not have the intention of infecting the Native Americans because they did not necessarily know that they were infecting the natives.
Therefore,
that's not what I was talking about.
What genocide?
I said the building of the United States. You guys specifically said how the United States was created and built. You missed the entire western expansion of the United States, where not only did we give them disease-ridden fucking blankets at one point, including what the Spanish did down in fucking Central America, but we wiped out whole fucking tribes and made them march, something called the Trail of Tears,
which I alluded to earlier. And then there was also the
I didn't say it was
Shall we?
I didn't say it was full on.
Did I not? And did I not? And wait a second, Nikki. Did I not call that wrong? Yes, I did. Okay, I'm not going to go and apologize for my ancestors' mistakes, because my ancestors' mistakes were not my mistakes.
And I'm not asking you to, because my ancestors are predominantly fucking Caucasian.
But getting getting a little closer back to the top.
But
So you were saying that it was the state representatives were listening to the voices of the vocal registered voters. Are you sure there weren't any lobbyists involved who might be giving other reasons to vote a certain
Jerry,
way?
the lobbyists that were
i.e. financial
going
support?
against this, the lobbyists that were going against this, the lobbyists that were going against the previous abortion restrictions in Texas, and I will say they were abortion restrictions because there were a few prior to this. Okay, were those going towards the fucking medical research facility that preys upon aborted fetuses to conduct their research, that were backdoor dealing with Planned Parenthood?
Okay, those were not the lobbyists that I was referring to. So your assumption, your assumption,
the majority of the lobbyists that were against this were those lobbyists. That's what I'm saying. That's not any inclination. That is provable fact. Go look it up.
yes, a lobbyist who represents a body that would benefit from the law not being in effect, yeah, they're not going to go out and advocate for the law to be put into effect. My question was, were there lobbyists that were on the other side of that topic?
Yes, there were lobbyists on the other side of that.
So they
But
weren't listening to them either? But you said that the state representatives who voted in favor to pass the legislation were only listening to the registered voters who made their voices heard.
Yeah, for majority. Because
and so they ignored all the lobbyists from both sides of the topic.
I'm not saying they ignored both sides of the topic.
But
I'm saying that the Democrats,
you said and you reiterated and you confirmed.
Allow me clarification, if you will.
It would be a correction at this point, not a clarification.
Okay, a correction.
You know what? I actually know a lobbyist. Do I have to like? I mean, he's busy right now. So what time it is? He's on his buddy's stream, but I could ask him some questions about how lobbyists do it, and I believe he's a Republican lobbyist too.
Yeah, politics are not as clean and simple as they should be, even at the state level. This is why I have an inherent distrust of anyone who has had a reasonably long and successful career in politics, because in order to stay in politics of any measurable length of time, there's some dirt in that background.
Dirt? You mean skeletons?
No, you have to be an absolute fucking piece of shit willing to backstab, make deals behind other people's backs, and just generally smile towards them while fucking them over. And you won't actually be able to be honest about anything. Because it's not really about your constituents. They'll vote for you and your party anyway. But it's about actually fucking people over as much as you can.
And this lobbyist used to be a lawyer too, so he does lobbying in DC too.
The primary reason why I did not get involved in politics when I had the opportunity to get involved in politics was because I knew it was a backstabbing shit show to begin with.
And here you are lauding the results and trying to blanketly accept and damn near fillet everyone who was a part of the process and giving them credit.
I understand how Texas went. Okay. Do you live there? Did you live there? Have you ever lived there?
I have.
I understand.
Are they politicians?
Texas went.
Are they politicians that were involved in this process?
Both sides, yes, they were. Yes, they were. Both sides.
Is there
Right.
any appreciable difference between the methodology of politics in general between any different state in the U.S.?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. When was the last time any of your elected officials fled the state to avoid
Oh
a vote?
no, I live in one of the states you live in, so
Holy
you
fuck.
tell me.
Dude,
No,
hang
Jared.
on, hang on, hang
You
on.
asked the question.
Hang
You asked
on,
the question.
hang on. You wished. You realize I live in a state where the mayor of a city went to jail for corruption and kickback charges, and when he got out of jail, the
That was
general.
not-
Hang
that was
on.
not the- That was not the question. That was not the
Let me
question.
finish the fucking point, you jackass.
Okay.
This motherfucker went to jail on corruption charges, got out of jail, and the majority of the state, yes, they actually did a straw poll of the state, and the majority of respondents came back with, oh yeah, we would vote him for governor of the state right now if he ran. Knowing that he has a history of corruptness in his political background.
Okay.
Try to tell me that the politics here, when it comes to shady dealings happening, not the philosophies, not the stance on certain issues and what is and is not a political issue, just simply, is there corruption in the political process? That is the only issue I am asking about. Is there corruption in the political process?
Always.
So why are you fucking trusting it like it was given to you on a golden platter while you're getting a reach around?
I'm not trusting it, but I'm trusting the existence of this one specific case.
So in this one specific case, it was perfect with nothing hinky, nothing shady, and completely ethical and acceptable.
Did I ever say that? No, I
It
did
is
not.
how
Okay.
you are acting. It is how you are presenting it. It is
the
how you
law-
are trying to prop it up.
It is how the law is presented. Okay. Has there been a majority uproar in the state of Texas? No, there is not. It's 68%. 68%.
68% showed up.
And who do we listen to? The 42% or the 32% that didn't, or the 68% that did?
You realize that
That is how democracy works. You realize that.
You do realize that
do
a
realize
majority.
that.
Hang
You
on,
do.
hang
No,
on,
you do
motherfucker.
realize that.
Hang on, motherfucker. Let me
Okay.
point out something, and this is
Okay.
a flaw in your rationale. You are saying that just because the majority of the 68% that showed up was correct, and that's how things have to be done, you do realize that of the majority of that 68% is actually only, let's be gracious and give them a whole percentage point majority. That only means that 35% of the entire registered voters actually agreed with it. 35% of people are the ones driving everything.
Okay, then that means that 65% of the people didn't give a fuck about the vote, doesn't it?
Until they realized what some people were going to do. Because here's the thing, they're registered.
No. You got a chance to review what's upcoming. Correct? Yes or no? You got a chance to be informed. Yes or no? You have a chance to be informed. Yes or no? If you don't take advantage of that fact and you don't become informed.
When was the bill posted versus when it was voted on by the state legislature? How much time did they actually have to review the legislation to get public response?
That I don't know, but I know
1 day, 5 days, a week.
No, they had way more than that. They had way more than that. They probably had up to a year under Texas law. They probably had a year. So if you had a year,
because politicians, even those from the state of Texas, have never responded with something, oh, you can read it after we vote on it. That's never been said anywhere in politics in the U.S.
I'm not going to say that because there have been instances in Texas where they've been wrong about certain things. Oh wait, yeah, Mark White, yeah, a Democrat.
Yeah, and on this subject, on restricting access simply because of your religious feels, is not an ethical choice to force upon others.
Thank you.
Because at that point it becomes authoritarian in nature, which is something that we have been fighting against as a nation for how long now?
I'm shocked
Yeah,
Texas isn't on its way to
and yet
a
the
Handmaid's
socialistic
Tale environment.
and the socialistic tendencies of the current government aren't authoritarian.
What is socialist about them?
Oh, let's see. Clean energy before 2051, which is
What's socialist about clean
envision-
energy?
the way they're going about it
How? Explain, please, because
through government edict and
Yes, the government telling corporations that they need to get their act together and stop being wasteful and harmful to the environment is so authoritarian. What actual actionable things have they tried to put into place that would fit that authoritarian stuff? Because all they've done so far that I've seen publicly is posturing, which is nothing more than peacocking.
It's posturing with the threat of citations and monetary loss.
because wait, aren't you the person who also argued climate change wasn't a thing too?
No, I argue that it's not all man-made because let's face it, the sea levels have been rising since humanitarian times or since human times.
So you agree climate change is a thing?
I agree that it's it's a thing to an extent that it is real, but is it all man-made? That's the question. Nobody's
not all
gonna
man-made.
answer that.
I
We
think,
accelerated it. That's all we did. We accelerated it.
yeah, that has actually been a wonderful mischaracterization of the subject of climate change, is that the actual scientists who are trying to figure everything out and trying to devise ways to minimize and mitigate what impact we have had, it's not a question of if, it's a question of what extent of an impact have we had. That's where the discussion and the debate is taking place, is to what extent have we exacerbated things. Because just look at the what humanity has done starting with the Industrial Revolution till now. We were very reckless for a sizable amount of time, and that we did damage. And it's a question of what can we do now going forward to minimize or mitigate or offset that damage, that we reasonably can say that, oh no, the burning of all of this shit in the quantities that we were doing for this amount of time that some third world countries are still doing now, not a good thing. We should cut that back.
And how long was the Industrial Revolution? 150, 200 years? Prior to like 1920?
Several hundred.
Well, you see, it started roughly around when steam engines became a thing, which weren't a thing until like the 1700s.
Yeah, so you're looking before
200-300
a
years.
little over 200 years before major changes that were actually being pushed by the legislative bodies to actually have to force the companies to do anything, because simply stating, hey, for the greater good you shouldn't do this, but we're making all this money. Well, but for the greater good, you need to change your processes because this is happening to the environment that we live in. But I'm making all this money. All right, motherfucker, we're going to start cutting into that money. Oh. Well.
Which is socialistic in its intent, but I digress.
And those legislations were starting to go into effect by force when, roughly?
in the
But
last
you
decade.
look at the majority of polluting countries, and it's funny who tops the list.
China.
China easily, but that's
Which
not
is
not
what?
a question.
Which is what?
Which is actually where in the 80s and 90s, when the US started cutting its emissions, that's where a lot of those companies that were more interested in profit margins actually
Wind?
outsourced their manufacturing to,
You
rather
know
than
why?
change.
Because
Rather
they
than
paid
change. Yeah,
because they paid a shit ton of money to the communist government in order to get cheap fucking labor. Okay, that's the whole deal. Okay,
no, they got kickbacks from China to incentivize them to go there because China said, "Oh no, you come here. We let you do whatever you want. You pay slave wages. We don't care. You keep profit. Well, give us this
you're a
chip."
racist motherfucker, Church. God damn. I'm just
You
gonna call
know,
you that right now.
you know
I'll call
what?
you out on that because that's
If
fucking accurate.
if Mao Poo has a problem with it, I got something he can choke on.
You mean YouTube? Wait, yeah.
Like I said, I really wanted to hate the relaunch of the Suicide Squad movie because of how John Cena reacted to his whole apology for recognizing Taiwan as their own sovereign country. I really wanted to hate that movie simply because of that, but
And now John Cena has his own spin-off.
yeah,
I didn't watch any of the Suicide Squad movies simply because, oh wait, they're fucking DC.
You know, the second one was actually
Better.
It was actually an enjoyable movie to watch. It actually told a coherent story that didn't try to cram too much shit into it. But also, I didn't pay to watch it.
You need to tell me an hour and 45 minutes of John Cena stroking his own ego while stroking his cock is more enjoyable than fucking, Fast and Furious 8?
They made a Fast and Furious 8.
They're up to
And
9
9.
now.
Yeah, 9.
I stopped watching Fast and Furious after Tokyo Drift.
I stopped watching it after 6 or 7, I think.
You pussies.
It got old, and the most beloved character in the entire fucking thing died.
Yeah.
I can't control real life. Okay, I'm sorry, but hey, I'm waiting for 10 in the second series for them to give Paul Walker a proper send off.
It's never gonna happen.
Jared, hold on. I got a question. Do you also love Call of Duty and FIFA?
Oh, jeez.
No. Nope.
Some people got that joke.
Well, no. The person you were referencing is the joke.
No, I only value Rust and World of Warcraft, but my wife hadn't paid for my $15 subscription this month, so.
So wait,
Try it.
you're racking down on China and shit with China. Yet you're actually paying money to Blizzard and Activision.
So you're willingly paying money for more
Pleasure.
young bands.
You're willing to pay money for pleasure.
Only 10%. Only 10%, because that's what Blizzard sold the soul to for it.
Well, to be fair, what happened with Blizzard recently?
Yeah, they actually had a settlement for like 1.7 million that they had to pay.
What caused them to get to that?
Sex assault allegations in the workplace.
I think it was more than just allegations.
Oh no, Prasabi was definitely in charge of the Bill Cosby suite. I will say that.
Oh.
But yeah. I say allegations because we're on YouTube and we're not allowed to, say bad shit about Silicon Valley, but
it's Blizzard. No one cares.
Actually, hang on a second. Let me check something.
Oh, we see if we're still monetized.
Oh, fuck no, we're red by now.
Oh no, I would have gotten an alert for that.
Probably yellow. Probably under review.
Yep, limited.
That was from the debate earlier that got hot.
Oh,
I wish they would put a
probably.
timestamp where it went yellow.
Yeah,
Well,
really.
you know what? And that's what. You know what? It might
I'm
have.
gonna tell you this much right now. It was not because we're calling out fucking Blizzard. No,
No.
one gives a fuck about Blizzard right now.
No, I'm thinking that they probably flagged it because of my tirade towards the beginning about how they will do that shit, but then never give an explanation why. Not
Yeah.
it would be so wonderful if, hey, we're limiting you, we're punishing you. Here's why. Instead, it's like you're punished. Why? Figure it
Fuck
out.
you, that's why. And what do you know? We're limited, and now it's, oh, why are we limited? Fuck you, that's why.
It's
Oh, the
YouTube.
fucking irony, and how that irony turns out to be truth.
I mean, all honesty, I mean, do we really care? Because I mean, we have been quite toxic before. Quiplash is a perfect example of how much we are all going to hell.
Yeah, but YouTube is apparently fine with Cliplash.
Because it's a game.
The game.
Yeah,
What do you
here's
think?
the-
Most of the time, I'm trying to play a game on my fucking camera because it has something to do with, hey, it's a video game.
Well, here's the question, though, and this is something that quite often actually finds funny ways to go. Should you judge the content of something by the people who made it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Case
not always.
at case by case basis.
Yeah.
There you go.
Did you
I was
realize-
doing I was doing the whole yes for a meme, but yeah, it's
Should
it's
you-
a case by case
okay.
basis.
The more accurate question should be: should you be penalized because the topics of your guest brought up a specific fact?
No, I don't mean that. I mean, if you have, say, for example, Michael Jackson, one of the most beloved artists of all fucking time right now, he most likely diddle little kids. There are plenty of things just showing that that's very likely what happened. Should we, in that case, judge his music due to his actions?
No.
No.
What I am aware of for his music, I would say no. However, if you switch it to, say, Neil Diamond and a particular song that he wrote, recorded, and released that was then picked up by the Boston Red Sox to be played during the 8th or 9th innings of their home games, yeah, then we have a different kind of conversation going on there because he put
I thought
said
that was
actions into the music.
I thought that was the seventh inning stretch song. You mean I'm gonna have to go when the Rangers were playing the Boston Red Sox?
No, seventh inning stretch still gets Take Me Out to the Ball Game. It's either after that or during the 8th inning when the Red Sox are leading, or the ninth inning when going into the 9th inning when the Red Sox are leading at home. They play Sweet Caroline, or used to. Don't know if they still do.
Sweet care.
Dun dun dun.
Here, time for some
God
funnies.
damn it, Jared.
But with that, here's another aspect to it. Does it make a difference if the actor or actress is dead or not?
No. I do not support veneration of the dead simply because they're dead.
No,
They're
but
gone. Let them be gone. Let them
No, but
stay
what I'm
gone.
saying here
Do not
is,
bring them back.
but what I'm saying here is, say we take something like The Naked Gun,
Oh,
O.J. Simpson. Say that O.J. dies next week. I'm not advocating that he should die. If he dies, I had nothing to do with it. was probably enough, mobsters. But if he happens to die, and people who have not watched the movie, for the sake of him being in the movie, for the sake of him having been paid for being in the movie, if those people then watch it, because at that point in time, there's nothing going to him as he's alive, as an alive person.
Cal, that's what you want for wrapping paper, right?
Fuck.
But so in that instance, I would still separate the person from the work. Like despite the views and what O.J. Simpson has been accused
I hate you
of,
so much,
acquitted
Val.
criminally, but convicted of in a civil trial,
The civil trial was a crock, and we all know it.
So was Johnny Cochran's defense, but hey, technicalities.
The
When
Chewbacca defense.
If it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
yeah, put on a second glove underneath and shrink the leather and then go
Hey,
for it.
ask
But-
Howard Stern's friend from the KKK what he thought about it.
Anyways, as I was saying,
Fire alarm's back.
anyways,
Oh,
what I
fuck.
was saying, separate that aspect. That is O.J. Simpson as a person, as a private citizen. I separate that from his work on screen as an actor. The only time
What about
that the only time
What about
that
his
that
work on the field?
the only time that separation is broken and they are combined is when said personal choices and activities are directly put into or directly connected to the art process, similar to the issue with Kevin Spacey. Because he brought that shit to work.
What about, in this case, Amber Heard?
Fuck her.
Oh,
fuck
the
Amber Heard.
assless chap.
The
No, because
reason
with that,
the reason why I say that and everything is it started at work. There was that connection. She met Johnny Depp on set.
Oh,
It-
no, that's not.
It started there, and when the actual recordings and the actual evidence came out, people sided with her because, oh, she's a woman.
Yeah, always believe the woman, never question.
A woman
It's
could
the patriarchy.
a woman could never abuse someone like that.
They're not capable of it. Fucking bullshit.
but this is something where, say now with how it's called, Pirates of the Caribbean, with all that shit, if it's something where she still gets paid for it, where she still gets royalties, I can't honestly say that I would pay for that kind of content. The same thing goes if there's someone else who's done something that I find extremely morally objectionable. I can't find it within myself to pay in order to see something that they're involved in due to it directly supporting them. And that's
Yeah.
something where I find it to be quite interesting just to see. Say, for example, Michael Jackson. A lot of people still pay for shit with Michael Jackson. A lot of people still adore him. A lot of people still idolize him,
Yeah.
despite everything that's been popping up. However, he's not alive anymore. He can't reap any benefits of people buying his shit. That's just his estate. That's just his descendants. That's just everyone else around him.
Yeah, I can see that, and that's where even with, like, say, the OJ side, because of the results of the civil case, a lot of his work he gets nothing for. It goes to that settlement.
Which is why I've always advocated that, hey, look, if you're found criminally innocent, you shouldn't be found civilly guilty. That's just bullshit, in my opinion.
But that really depends too on the case in and of itself.
Okay.
Because let's face it, something like a court case isn't exactly going to be the proving ground for all this kind of shit.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Okay. You've got a criminal case where the suspect has a close cut, solid alibi, but there's a DNA match of 70%. Are you going to convict on the 70% DNA match, or are you going to acquit on the alibi?
I can't say anything there due to not having enough evidence.
Yeah, I need more information before I can make a true determination.
That night all.
Night, Burns.
Sleep well,
Right.
Bones. Because I can have another case instead, where, for example, a man who beat his wife is found not guilty because the wife's family is worth less than the man's family.
Nope. I'm not saying that. Okay.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
I'm strictly going by DNA evidence. Okay.
But that's what I'm
I
saying,
have
how
a-
you wished. If a
I have
man
a
is
sec-
accused of beating his wife, it goes to court. The court judges that no, he is not guilty because his family is better than hers, and they should have gone to a religious leader before going to court. She broke against the religion, and therefore she is guilty. He is not.
That only occurs in the Mormon sect in the United States, contrary to popular belief.
It's happened here.
That's not my instance. Okay, my
No,
instance.
I don't care
simply
about your
based
instance.
upon evidence.
I don't care about your instance here, you wished. It's not about your instance. As long as I can find one instance where there's something that's just fucked up with it, that's enough.
Okay. All right. So let's toss that aside.
Yeah, so going back to as you placed it, just having those two pieces of information by my personal discernment, it would be a hung jury. More information is needed.
Okay. All right. So we have 70% DNA match.
Why is it 70%?
Because that's what it was.
Was the sample contaminated? Was there handling issues? Was it a lab issue? Was it because of where they got the sample from? There
were questions that were not able to be answered in court.
But see, this is where I can't put that in a for or against because there's that missing information to make
and I agree
it
I agree with that. I agree with that. But here's the instance. Okay. Now, are there instances where there is no contamination and no questionability of chain of evidence to where the evidence could be contaminated as far as DNA goes, and you still end up with a 70% DNA match?
So a familial match.
Bingo.
Okay.
Allow me one.
And see, that's where
this is where the ultimate question becomes: who really killed Nicole Simpson? And what was his name? Gary Goldberg or something like that? Goldman?
Yeah,
I
probably
can't remember that case.
But
how many children did OJ have?
I don't know.
This was presented to me in a similar debate. I didn't have an answer for it. And when I looked into it, I found out he's got 5. Okay. 2 from Nicole Brown Simpson, 3 from his previous marriage. His son was 24 at the time. His oldest son was 24 at the time of Nicole Brown Simpson's murder. His whereabouts for the night in question were never ascertained. His whereabouts at the time of the crime were never ascertained. But there was a 70% DNA match in a one instance of blood sampling.
But a 70% DNA match would not point to a child. It would point towards a sibling.
In some circumstances, yes. In some circumstances, yes.
Okay, tell me how you can give more than 50% of your genetics to your offspring.
Because you're only testing for one-sided genetics. That's how they did it at that time. They tested for one-sided genetics. This is not 2021 we're talking about. This is 1993.
I'm trying to think how to word this question without being too abrasive with it.
Go ahead.
How the fuck can you get a 70% match when you're only comparing 50?
Because you're looking for half of a DNA selection.
This is not how DNA works.
This was how it worked. I'm not talking about 2021.
I'm not talking about 2020. I'm talking about this in general. This is not how DNA works.
You don't understand how DNA matching worked then. Do you? No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. Just admit you don't. Just admit you don't and admit defeat.
So they got a 70% match when they were only checking one chromosome over doing a full spectral check.
One chromosomal link. Do you understand the difference between a chromosomal link and a chromosome?
Yeah, and this is where it's.
So they only had to match 70% of a chromosomal link. Well, guess what they're looking for? They're looking for paternal DNA. They're not looking for maternal DNA at this point.
Yeah, they're looking.
They can disregard that. Okay. Which is what they did. So now, out of the 50%, we're only looking for a 70% match or greater. Okay. When you're looking at the male, you're looking for the male chromosome. At least that's what they were looking for then. They weren't looking for the maternal and the paternal chromosomal.
Which okay, going back to my original question and the premise and where you're going with, they are comparing O.J. Simpson's Y chromosome to the Y chromosome they found in the sample, and it was only a 70% match.
Yes.
Which would not point to his son.
It links to his son. It links to his son.
Okay, give up. So you only gave 70% of your Y chromosome to your son.
No, you give 100%, but you give 30% to corruption of the DNA through the testing. Oh wait,
so
you didn't factor that, did you?
So
hang on. Whoa. Hang on. Before we went down this trail, did I not say that I needed more information about how the sample was handled, how it was treated, what they were testing for? Wait a minute. Isn't that a time to mention that a segment of the sample would be destroyed during the testing process?
That's
Oh.
expected. That's expected in all testing, Jared. Do you not
No,
know this?
no, hang on. No, no, no.
No, it
Ha-
is. It is. It is. Wait.
When you do a
Wait.
DNA test,
Shush,
you are
shush,
expected to
hush.
destroy the entire sample, so you cannot retest the same extraction from what was collected at the scene. It is a single use of the extraction.
Which
Now,
was admitted that they only had a single use of the extraction. Oops.
so saying that the methodology of the tests also corrupts and has the potential to destroy up to this percentage of the sample tested. That would have been an appropriate time to give that information when I said more information about the DNA sample would be needed, such as these conditions, which included the methodology of the test, which you did not give until now. So how the fuck can I give an actual, honest, full reasoning and evaluation if you're withholding information?
Because I expect you to have a fuller understanding of the law before you start talking about it.
With you expect him to have a full understanding if you're
Hey,
not giving him full information.
Hey, I'm gonna throw a hypothetical out there and just mention DNA testing, and I'm expecting you to know every single thing about every single possibility, about every single methodology of DNA testing, going back to when DNA testing started being a thing used in criminal cases back in the late 80s. Do you have that wealth of information to draw from right now?
I can look it up.
So that's a no.
Rip.
Will I give the answer?
So that's a no.
Will I give the answer before I look it up?
Is that a no that you do not have that information all right now?
I don't have all that information
so
right
why
now,
the fuck would you expect me to? And why the fuck would you not answer my question when I say, or why would you not address this as a possibility when I say, when you only say that there is this much of a percentage match on the DNA, it's like, I need to know more about the methodology. I need to know more about how it was handled. And then you did not mention the issues.
for you to understand it. I had to explain the methodology for you to understand it. Because otherwise you would have rejected it. Like you're trying to do now.
No, this is me giving you harsh criticism for the way you tried to fucking rat trail down this.
He did do it to you. He did it to me on a previous one, too.
You have a nasty habit of posing a question and then adding caveats along the way to lead to a certain result, like a fucking flurf.
Do we not all have that? Yes, we do.
No, some of us, when are asked a question, we lay out everything we know at the beginning, and if you need clarification on a little bit, okay, let's clarify that bit. Because we don't play the intellectual fucking games to prove a point.
Caveat there.
When I said I needed more information about how it was handled, what was done, chain of custody, and all of that, that was your time to mention the methodology of the test. That, the methodology they used to perform the testing has the potential to remove this factor of the results.
I did post something in chat. Might want to take a look at that.
Which chat? Oh, that chat.
Internal.
Where are the 70% numbers, though?
That was what was posted in trial. That was what was stated in trial.
Well, where? I'm trying to find the numbers.
You'd have to go back and watch the trial.
Everything that I can find is something about either being 1 in 170 billion match, or chance that it isn't right, or 1 in 560 billion that it isn't him. I can't find anything with 70% DNA match.
It was presented 70% by the prosecution that it was him. Okay. This was a theory floated by another individual, not by me, that it was his son. Okay. And it's
This
been
is a
floated by
tinfoil
several
hat
others.
moment then. You said theory. Theory is not necessarily a proven fact.
In this frame of reference.
That's why I said not necessarily a proven fact. Theory of gravity, proven. But you get my point. It's not just because some person spun a theory doesn't mean it's a proven fact.
Yeah, exactly. And I agree with that. Okay.
Then why
It's a-
the fuck
it's
are
a-
we having this conversation?
Because it's not outside of the realm of possibility. Right.
Oh, and this is where
But my statement remains is that if you're found criminally not liable, then civilly you shouldn't have a case.
That
criminal
goes back to my case.
criminal burden and civil burden are different.
Whereas they should be the same.
No.
Why?
No, because you have different charges for civil and different charges for criminal. That's why.
Wrongful death equals murder.
No.
No, not always.
Okay.
It could
All
be
right, so-
manslaughter.
So
it could
if
be
my
assisted
wife
suicide.
if I'm out of state, if I leave tomorrow, which I'm going to leave next Thursday or next Friday, God willing, because I don't want to deal with my brother and sister-in-law. When I leave, if something were to happen to my wife, she were murdered for whatever reason, whatever cause, okay, am I criminally negligent for that because I'm down in Dallas?
What?
That's not what's being argued here.
That is what's being argued here.
No,
Because
it's not.
OJ's presence at the murder scene was never proven. Criminally, never proven.
Let's take a case
Okay.
that actually shows this more, though. If you have someone who decides to drink, say, for example, 3 beers and they have 2 shots before they go out drinking on a really snowy and icy day, and when they're out driving, they happen to come across a patch of black ice.
Not the same. You can't draw correlation from that, and you're drawing correlation from that. As
I'm making an example in which case you have criminally guilty versus not guilty in the public eye and vice versa.
if you're drinking in the United States and you get behind the wheel and you kill somebody, you're criminally liable. Period.
And if you let me finish, if you hit a patch of black ice where you have no fucking chance, you have no way of controlling your car, no matter how sober or drunk you are, your car goes off and just spins the fuck out of control. It happens to hit someone. It's something where you did not have any chance to do anything in the car. Somehow, you get put on trial, and somehow you get found not guilty due to the circumstances. Say, for example, you have a dash cam that shows that there is no way in hell.
Under any state in the U.S. law, it would not happen, because even if you hit black ice while blind, stinking, fucking drunk, you're going to be charged criminally and you're going to be found guilty of it, regardless of road conditions. Period. End of discussion. That there's no logical reach that you can proclaim that to be an instance.
Yes, there is.
No, there's not.
Yes, there is.
Where? Name one state that does not have a DWI law or a DUI law where you can get off on that.
What's the threshold for a DUI?
0.08.
0.08. Yeah, exactly. So if you've been drinking, but your BAC is only at, say, a 0.05, you're below the legal limit, but you did drink before you drove and then hit the black ice. You still
But
have that
under
instance
under
where
Leon's
you would not be under DUI because you are not above the threshold of BAC.
under Leon's example, 2 shots plus 3 beers, there is no way in hell, unless you have a 12-hour time span, you're going to be under a .08.
Who's to say that you don't have that? You have been drinking. There's no saying the time you have been drinking that day. It could be something where you were drinking in the morning, fucking 2 a.m. It doesn't really
Now,
matter.
what's
You
your
have
what's your percentage at that point? Depends upon how many beers, how much resistance, how much or how much alcohol, how
under
much
0.8 at
free
the time of
alcohol
the
do you have?
accident.
You're below the legal limit at the time of losing control of the vehicle.
You can still be
Therefore,
charged
you-
with you can still be charged with DUI if the court determines
You wished?
that you were impaired. That
Would you
is the
kindly just
statute.
be quiet for a while otherwise, so I can actually finish the example?
Okay, finish.
Okay, you get put on trial. You get found not guilty by the court. You walk free despite having essentially killed someone, despite it maybe not being entirely your own fault. That being said, people can still look at you and can still call you a murderer for going out, or rather for drinking, when you were under the influence of alcohol, even if it was below the legal limit, due to the way that you had been out drinking, and someone got killed due to your actions, as in you went out drinking. To them, it does not matter that there was black eyes. To them, it doesn't matter that you would have been in the same situation had you not been drinking at all. That's something where you can be guilty in the public eye, but you're not guilty in the judicial eye.
Would you be found guilty in the civil eye? There's a difference. Okay, because being guilty in the public, guilty in the civil, and guilty in the criminal are 3 different things.
But
We'll be
you
right
were
back.
saying
I
if,
gotta pop an 800 for this because
but you
my
were
head
just
is
but you were just saying a few minutes ago that there shouldn't be a difference between them.
There's no. Public opinion is one thing. It is public opinion.
Yeah, but
It
you
is
but then
it is an opinion.
but then you lumped
Civil
in
liability.
but then you lumped
civil-
in civil and
Civil
criminal.
liability.
You were
Civil and criminal are separate from public. Civil and criminal are separate from public. Period. And if you don't understand that, you don't understand the law. Okay?
So are you or
Civil
are you not
liability.
changing your stance on the difference between the threshold of the legalities between criminally liable and civil liability?
Yes, because you have to prove in my experience, okay, and I've dealt with this personally, okay. In a civil case, you have to prove negligence, or you have to prove criminality.
No,
Okay.
civil has nothing to do with criminality. It's just responsibility.
If it is a responsibility from a criminal case brought against you, then they have to prove the criminality with the civil liability.
No.
Yes.
No, otherwise there would not be the difference between the two court systems.
No. California is unique in the way that it handles the two.
No, they're not.
In Texas, if you're found not guilty in a criminal court, there's no civil case against you. They can try to bring it, but the odds that the judge allows it to trial, nil. Okay. Simply because there's no criminal prosecution there to substantiate the civil claims.
But that still comes to the preference of the judge, correct?
No, that comes to the preference of the law in that state. California, again, is unique in its law there.
All right, I think Okay, I'm gonna try to quickly summarize the situation that Leon was trying to paint here with his example.
Okay.
Here's the facts that we know. Let's use you as an example as the driver you wished.
Mm-hmm.
You're driving down the road. Your intent was to meet up with someone to have drinks at an establishment. While en route, you hit black ice and caused property damage. You had been drinking throughout the day prior to getting into the car. Police show up to the scene of the accident. You are given a field sobriety test and also a breathalyzer. They do both, and you marginally pass, but pass the field sobriety test, and your BAC is below the legal limit, but you still had a number. By those metrics, you are not automatically criminally negligent and liable. However, you could still be found civilly liable for the property damage caused by hitting the black ice. Now, if you add personal injury or death to the person death of a person, on the other hand, that's where the U.S. system has a habit of ignoring the blood alcohol requirement threshold for a DUI and push for it anyways because drinking was indicated only because of death or serious bodily injury to another person. That is the only caveat that historically the U.S. has used to leverage it into both criminal and civil liability.
And I have a feeling that's that way because had you been completely sober by the time you had entered the vehicle, as in you do not have a number for your BAC, you would have theoretically had more control when you hit the patch of ice.
Well,
Am I correct in that?
Real quick,
that
guys.
is
Real
the
quick,
argument
hold
they
on.
give.
Real quick. I'm out.
All right, deal.
I'll catch you guys later.
Okay.
Night, Nikki.
That is
Night,
the,
Nick.
that is the argument given, despite that not actually being the reality of the situation.
So that is what. So I pretty much hit the nail on the head,
Yeah,
even though that is
yeah,
supposed to be
pretty much.
only theoretical.
yes.
Okay.
But in practical application, it doesn't matter if you're stone cold sober or beyond fucking pissed. Black ice, if you hit it, your car's going to do what physics wants it to do at that point.
You are
Yep.
at the mercy of gods.
Well, you are at the mercy of reality.
Yeah.
But that shows that there is an instance, and there is reasonable reasons for there to be a separation and a deviation between criminal and criminality versus civil liability.
Yeah. Which is why Texas has the Act of God law. Okay.
Yeah, I really don't agree with the verbiage of that, but then again, Texas
Well,
is a special place.
It is what it is, but it is the act of natural circumstances around the causality.
Yeah, it really shouldn't be called that because of the separation of church and state clause.
Well,
However, that is
it
just a
is-
nomenclature.
It is nomenclature, and that is the way that I put it because that is the way that it is. And I hate to say it that way, but it is
It's-
the way that it is.
It is a very simplistic way to put it. I will give them that. But but they are still drinking that El Paso tap water.
Not the majority of the state is not drinking El Paso tap water. Otherwise, we'd already elected Beto. If we'd have been drinking El Paso tap water, we'd already elected Beto.
Yeah, but
Plus,
it's
we
still
probably
fucked.
would have. We probably would have reelected Ann Richards, who's been dead for how fucking long?
Hey, you know, a name can pop up on a ballot, and you would be surprised what happens.
Damn.
Wait,
No,
didn't a dead guy win an election in another
Yes.
state?
Yes. That was in another state. He died 6 weeks before the election, and he still won the fucking election.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it was even longer than that. But yeah. What does that say to you about as a candidate when they would rather vote for the guy who died because his wife would take the spot rather than give it to you? And by the way, she has zero history in politics.
It's even better. It falls to the governor in the state of Texas. If you're elected when you're dead, the governor of the state of Texas gets to elect who or gets to appoint who fills your spot in the state senate, the state house, or the federal house, or the federal state, or the federal senate.
The issue that I was referring to, I think it was Missouri.
Yes, it is.
And yeah, guy passed away because of the way the state law is. His wife, being the survivor, then would take the place on the ticket.
His wife blew Crichton. His wife blew Crichton.
I don't care that his wife blew Crichton.
His wife blew Crichton's because Crichton's was the governor of the state of Missouri at the time, and in the state of Missouri, it's appointed by the governor. Mm. She got on her hands and knees and gave him a full Monica Lewinsky.
Is her name Harvey?
I mean, I'm just saying. She did the full Monica Lewinsky to Crichton.
Sure about that?
I think it was Crichton's. It may have been the governor before Crichton.
Are you sure that you want to say that with such veracity and confidence in it being fact?
Well, no, but I can have my speculations. My speculation is that she gave him a full Lewinsky.
There's a difference between, she did that, and, I think she did.
It's been speculated more than once. I'm not the first to say it. But anytime a wife fulfills the husband's Senate seat, or state representative seat, or state Senate seat, yeah, that's the first thing that usually comes to mind. Oh, she blew the fuck out of the governor to get the job.
So you would say the same about Pelosi?
Oh, well, I don't know, because I don't think there's a Democratic governor that in the state of anywhere that would let that skeleton face give him a blowjob.
Back in the early 80s, when Pelosi first got into office, it was because she took over for her husband who passed away.
I know. But again, she hasn't changed in the last 40 years. So
I mean, Crypt Keeper has good medical coverage.
And no formalin.
Those had to be some awesome fucking oral skills, I'll say that.
Puts a whole new meaning on the term Undertaker.
Shit, with a whole new meaning of Hoover. Fuck. Go to bed, Joe. This is above your age range, son. You don't need to hear how your dad's talking right now.
Yeah, well, we're gonna be calling it here in the next few minutes anyway, so get your parting shots in now, because I have something. I have some. I have. Look at the fucking clock.
No, yeah. I refuse to.
I said we're going in a few minutes, as in I'm pushing buttons and we're going off air because I got shit to do in the morning before I leave to go to somewhere I'd rather not be, but have to for work for a fucking week.
Brett.
Yeah,
Well, how about this? I roll a 20-sided die. If it lands on 15 or under, we depart, and if it lands on 16 or above,
We also depart.
we play a game of Whiplash real quick.
No.
Yes.
Motherfucker, I
Damn
have
it.
shit to do tomorrow before I get on the road at 2 in the afternoon to
Let the
drive
man
down
sleep.
to fucking Pennsylvania.
Let the man sleep. Oh,
There we go. All right. That works too. Then again, he probably just accidentally did that on himself. So, any parting words from either of you two before I do, well, read a quote that I wholeheartedly agree with and kind of wish he was in here to hear? So,
I
hopefully he
should have
comes
been
back.
drunk.
I'm not sure if that would have made it any better.
More bearable.
Maybe.
I got nothing. Sadly.
Well, there's one subject that we kind of flirted with quite a bit throughout tonight that we didn't directly address. And Leon, I do thank you for finding this picture, and I have to say it is more than all right. But the quote on this picture, which I have to completely agree with and endorse.
Rustin Coley.
Yes.
Okay.
If the only thing keeping a person decent is the expectation of divine reward, then, brother, that person is a piece of shit.
Amen.
And with that, we will see you all probably next week. Probably for 2 shows in their entirety and totally separated. We'll have to see what happens and how I'm feeling when I get home. If I get home on Friday, or if it's Saturday. I don't know. I'll still be popping into the server, so keep an eye there. I will let any of you know if things are changing. Don't. So, do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. I'm not in charge of you. Night, everybody.
We all